But yeah, we we got another any percent done yesterday, which was great. So let's just go ahead and keep going with it. Yeah, I tested it a little bit to make sure that like the text size was readable and everything, so it should be fine, but you know, there's maybe something I forgot about. So we'll see how it goes. All right. What's up, Elden Ring? I haven't been watching it much. I started rewatching it a few days ago and then I just kind of dropped it. So I need to go back and keep watching some more. It's really good. Yeah, I set it up that way. Maybe I want to change that. Maybe I want to allow some 7TV emotes or whatever. But I thought it might be good to allow, you know, regular Twitch emotes and nothing else for now. So we'll see. I'm doing all right. I've been, I see that people are making amazing progress on runs. Gino's nearly through game 6, and I've actually got that open on my other monitor so I can check in. I want to see that happen. But I'm doing all right. How's you guys' day been going so far? Yeah, some of the emote names are going to look really goofy. I don't know. It's probably fine to allow the 7TV emotes. It's not like we have anything super degen or anything. In fact, I might change that here in a moment, because why not? In fact, yeah, there's not going to be anything around here. I'll go ahead and change it over real quick. Actually, give me one moment and I can adjust that, because I don't really think there's anything on there that would actually be a problem. It was just a, like, being super cautious kind of thing. Okay, now I actually have no idea how to get back into... Oh, here we are. Okay, sweet. BTTV, FFZ, 7TV, and save. So it probably is going to refresh on screen, but the emotes should show up now. So feel free to let me know if anything looks really scuffed with that setup. So, okay, cool. Everything seems good. Hey, how's it going, Barty? Welcome in. Trying to learn around and getting distracted. Yeah, it's tough to pay attention when you got something exciting like that going on, isn't it? It's exciting though. I really hope he gets it. Okay, but yeah, we got through the any percent again yesterday. I mean, we've got some really good consistency going on this run, so I think things are looking quite good. It's just a lot going on that you have to string together. The week's been going okay. I got to go see some family earlier in the week. We were celebrating a birthday, which is always good. And it was really good because, like, some family members have been having some, like, health issues recently. So it was kind of nice that we were all able to get together and everybody was available and nobody had, like, you know, nobody was out due to whatever was going on. So it was kind of cool. You did a randomizer, no upgrades, all bosses? Really? Holy hell, man. That's super cool. Doing some laundry, procrastinating. Yeah, I did some laundry the other day. I was actually like on top of it. I put everything away on time, which I never do. 3 large rooms and the usual, but try and casual. Elden Ring, all bosses +0. Nice. Yeah, +0. No weapon upgrades is a really, really cool challenge in Elden Ring. I actually love it quite a bit. I saw that earlier, Joe, the amazing ghost stream. It was top-notch stuff. I've always been worried about doing something like that where I accidentally have the stream open at the absolute worst moment when I definitely don't want it open or something like that. Finished Diablo 4, now back to Elden Ring. Nice. How'd you enjoy Diablo 4? It was good? That's good to hear. I just know that Blizzard have had, you know, a checkered past, so it's hard to tell if... I'm actually wondering here. No, I don't think I'm going to change anything. Okay, not bad. I actually forgot to do stuff, but it's fine. I can go back and do it right now. Oh, maybe I push the Onyx Lord until I kill the Omen Killer, and then we go back there. Oh, I see why I was doing it that way. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. Any order is fine. So yeah, let's go down here. I don't need to kill the demi-human queen until much later in the run, so we're fine. If Torrent gets hit but you don't, is that still a hit? I would treat it as a hit, but I'm honestly not sure what the team hitless rules on that are. I believe it is a hit. But I would treat it as a hit because you are in control of Torrents. But that is just me. Okay. All right, I think we're good to move on. Oh, I need to do something. I need to rest here. Okay, and then we go into snowfields and we do a whole bunch of stuff up here. This whole area is going to take a bit of time, but it's all good. Oh, nice, Barty. I mean, that's a bummer about losing a run like that, but that's still pretty cool. Okay, so that is the wrong thing. How do I always forget to use the secret medallion there? Like, it's so easy. A wandering noble. Where is there a wandering noble? The only one I can think of is on the way to the the Liurnia Divine Tower. Is that the one? Wandering noble. Where else is there a noble? Or maybe not even a Godskin noble. Maybe like the Sanguine noble or something like that. That might have been it. And then yeah, that makes sense. All right, cool. What's up, Cliff Hines? Thank you for the good luck. Appreciate it. How you doing today? Okay, so if I wander too far to the left there, I can run into that patrol of enemies, so we got to be careful there. Who hit me? It was in a random running section. I don't think the clip is up at the moment. But we were about 12 hours into the run. We nearly had it, actually. And we were going through a running section over in Raya Lucaria. The, which area was that? The Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel or something like that? And an archer hit me in a way that I've never seen before, so I was completely unprepared for it. But yeah, we got sniped by an archer, and that was it. We finished the rest of the run. Took about 13.5 hours. The whole thing is looking quite good, but it is a long, difficult run, so there's plenty of things that can still go wrong.
I find the most erotic part of a woman.
Thanks for the follow as well. Come on, imps. Do your thing. There we go. They hit him once. We should be good. There we go. Oh, the Wandering Noble, the undead sorcery jerks. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I understand now. If anyone in chat struggles with their housekeeping duties when you're trying to get better at video games, yeah. You gotta, like, find a way to manage your life and prioritize that over other things. No, the chat on screen was not always a thing. I just added that earlier today, actually. Something I've been wanting to add for a little while, but I just never got around to it. And it only took a few minutes to set up, and then I tested it a bit to make sure that everything worked fine. And yeah, it was all good. So, no, it's a recent addition. You are not crazy. What's up, Pompeii? How's it going? At least it wasn't a mosquito. I did get hit by a mosquito after like the first hour of setup one day. It was like the first kind of sort of attempt we took at this, but it wasn't really like a serious attempt by any means. But yeah, at least it wasn't a mosquito.
Hey, I know that guy.
Yo, what's up, Morty? Thank you for the raid. Haven't seen you in a bit, so I hope you're doing all right. How's it going? What were you up to? Playing some Sekiro? Hell yeah. Welcome in, guys. We are working on all bosses no-hit sorcery only. Obviously here in Elden Ring. We are through the first day. We cleared out the any percent. And we are currently... Sorry, one moment. And yeah, we're currently working on the rest of all remembrances to try and finish that out and keep on going. So thank you again for the raid. I hope you're having a good one. All right, so I have, I believe, everything I need here. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Blank? Yeah, I've actually got him over on my other screen, on my other monitor. Ain't no way I'm missing this one. Yep, on a baseline run. Honestly, the way that he did it is like actually fantastic for him, because it's really hard to get out of that slump of like the early game or early part of the run. Hey, what's up, 35er? How you doing, dude? Okay. Hey, Data, how's it going? Thanks for the good luck. Oh, it's already Friday for you? Nice, nice. Yeah, it's still Thursday afternoon here, so we got a little bit more to go still, but we're getting there. Hey, what's up, Ryan and Heisel? Oh, it's your it is your Friday. I misunderstood. Oh, yeah, there you are. Today is your Friday, not literal Friday. Okay. No, I misunderstood. That is all. Very nice, though. Okay, I think I want to switch those two around. Not that it really matters much. Oh yeah, we can ride Torrent here. Yeah, Gino is still on a run. He just finished up Game 6. He's going to go into Sekiro as Game 7 here in a moment, so it's looking good. But it is Sekiro. Plenty of things could go wrong, so it's not over until it's over, you know? I'm not sure I like what's happening here, honestly. I'm gonna go for it. It's fine. I shouldn't have swung that in midair. He heard that. That's what it was. I really don't like that. I just really don't. I gotta find a more comfy way to run through there someday. Like, dropping down near the ants makes a lot of sense. But I don't know, man. They're sketchy. I don't like the way they move. It's all right. Yeah, it is kind of weird that he's going into Sekiro as final game. Like, that is very much the opposite of what you would expect. Obviously, that was the opposite of, like, his intended order or whatever, but he's on a live run. He's just got to do it. It's kind of the same thing that happened with all achievements. He wasn't really trying to go for it at that point. It was intended to be a D-rust, to iron out some details, but what can you do? When you're on a run, you just got to keep going. Yeah, ending on Ishin should be pretty interesting. Yeah, he got hit on... He got Bloodborne, and then he got hit in Sekiro kind of early. He messed up part of a running section or something, and then he went into Dark Souls 1 and took a hit there. So he reset Dark Souls 1, and then he's been hitless ever since then. At least that's what I remember seeing. But yeah, it's looking quite good. That was scary. Okay, I don't actually need that for anything anymore. We need jellyfish. I need to set up quite a few things. Let me set up my spells first. Let me think about this. I'm gonna switch. Oh, all right. I'm glad I checked this. I need to go back to Round Table and buy a bunch of spells. Does it mess up if you fall off a building? If you take a death from fall damage, yeah, runs over. There's a lot of places in this game where you can still warp out if you mess up a jump and you're falling, so I potentially could have saved that. I'll go ahead and buy a whole bunch of other spells. I have the soul or the runes. Why don't I just go ahead and do it right now? What's up, Syntax? The buying sound is so aggressive. Is it really?
Oh, very well. Heresy is all thing.
did he flee, my sweetings? Come
What is on the
out.
ground? Actually, don't know. Oh. It's her helmet? Wait, really? So it raises int and arcane. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm gonna sort some stuff from inventory real quick just to get rid of junk that I don't want. I don't need that. I don't really care about the rest. Is there something else that I wanted to buy? I don't think so, right? I think this is everything I needed. All right. So in terms of spells, we need Freezing Mist. That is correct. We do need the Slicer. What else do I need? Eventually, I need Comet. Yeah, that's generally true, is there's no need for politics talk in chat, especially as your first message with no introduction to the channel. So if you really want to talk politics, I'd take it somewhere else. If you want to hang out and chill, that's fine otherwise. We can just go with that, all of that. Am I forgetting something? What am I forgetting? Gideon Scepter, Staff. I don't need to worry about Gambit. Oh, the Seal, of course. Duh. I think that's good, right? Let me think this through. We buff Freezing Mist, Hal, Terra, Jellyfish, which I already have on. Then we do Slicer. We have some Sleep Pots. All right, cool. I think we're all set. Let's go do this. Imagine falling off because you have the wrong spell in use. Okay. Everything else is good. Oh, wait a minute. That is not good. That is good. So Graven Mass and then Mimic Helm. I'm glad I looked. Goldfoot, Gambit, Corner, Arrow, Kukri Distract, Physic, Debuff, Buff Up, Freezing Mist, do the thing, and then Slicer. Good. No problems. All right. Let me switch back to the normal setup. I want that over in another slot instead. What's up, Gadzooks? How you doing? Yeah, the sleep pod was really close, but it's all good. All right, nothing else going on there. Let me go ahead and level up once or twice or 5 times or whatever it is. I think we're putting everything into int at this point, yeah? I don't think we do anything else, right? Massacre, that's not the point. No one really wants to be talking politics here. If you want to talk about those, go somewhere else. If you want to chill and hang out here, you're welcome to. It's the last time I'm saying it. All right, we got to run through here. We'll kill the avatar near the end. And then we have to go around and do some other stuff, but things are looking good. You don't want to talk about politics, but the very first thing you do is a political message. Are you joking? Give me a break. You're not fooling anyone. And you guys don't need to even acknowledge him if you don't want. I mean, you're just feeding the troll, so probably best if you just leave him be. Okay, one more thing I can do here. Actually, a few more things, but whatever. Switch that over to there. There was no hostility in here until you showed up. Take a hint. I also need to have the thing here. Right now, Gino is at... No! He got hit on Gyobu. I literally just looked over to see it. Oh, man. Rip. Game 7 and he got hit to Gyobu. Honestly, that's pretty much exactly what happened to Nico when he was grinding God Run 2. Fuck, that is terrible. That's devastating, man. It's all right. It was only a D-Rust run anyway. You did amazing, all things considered. Hey, what's up, Fistar? How's it going? We don't need to be dealing with that bullshit anymore. Absolutely no need. Let me switch some stuff back.
Greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Hey, what's up, Genova, Hinja, and Gadzooks? I said hey to you, Gadzooks, already, right? Why does Sekiro say shadows die twice? I have no idea. Seamless co-op for DS3? Yeah, that would be really cool, right? I don't know if there is or isn't. I've never seen it. All right, let me double check something real quick. Okay, yeah, we just need to keep on going forward a bit more.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thanks for the follows, guys. Yeah, it is part of the game name. It's like, you know, the subtitle of the game or whatever. I don't know. But just since, you know, Sekiro can be revived. Incant buffs. Well, I'm not damaging enemies with the sorceries. That's sort of the thing. If you want to do exclamation run, you can see a description. But when we say sorcery only, we're only talking about what we're using to damage enemies. So if you want to use a Golden Vow Ash of War, if you want to use a Golden Vow Incants, it's totally fine. Everybody's got a little bit of a different interpretation in terms of what an only run is, but I always look at it as what you're using to damage enemies, and I'm not damaging any enemies with incants. So that's why they're totally fine in this run. It's a fair question, though, totally. It's just everybody's got a bit of a different opinion and perspective on it, so that's why there's always a little bit of discussion over that. Okay, I'm going to go back and do a few things here. Yeah, you can use weapons to buff. There's there's so many different options in this game. I don't really see any point in restricting myself in that way. If others want to, that is totally fine, of course, but I don't see a need to. Oh, I woke her up. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, yeah, there you go. Banjo took a different approach to it, so... And that's totally cool. You just do the run that you want to do. But yeah, for me, I only really care about what you're using to damage enemies. Other things are fair game as far as I'm concerned. But if you do a sorcery, if you want to call it sorcery only... Ah, shit. Why does that happen sometimes? It doesn't really matter, though. He's dead anyhow. Kill her in the dick. I know. I literally just said that. Oh, wait. I'm not supposed to kill Maggie yet. Oh, whoops. Oh, well. I'm supposed to do this in a different order, but it doesn't really matter. Road of Inquiry. Do you think it would still work well in a new game plus 7? I honestly don't know. I've never gone. Also, how's it going, Wishful? I saw you came in, but I didn't say hey. I haven't really done any playthroughs in new game plus 7 yet, so I don't really know. It probably would for the most part. It wouldn't one-shot as many bosses as it does with this build, but there's no doubt that it would be still extremely viable. It would just be a little bit different. Some of the bosses or whatever would take a little bit more, so yeah. Yeah, we get new episodes of Futurama later this month, only a couple of weeks away. Not even that. I'm really excited, actually. How's it going, Adamar? All bosses sorcery only, every boss in exactly the planned order, or I restart. Oh, no. Things are very flexible. If I wanted to change something mid-run, I 100% could, and I have done it before. It still doesn't show the third-party emotes, really. It should now, hopefully. If you guys, well, just keep on doing whatever, but we'll see if it works now. I tried refreshing it, so we'll see. But thanks for letting me know. I was obviously not aware. Yeah, just teasing. Yeah, it's all good. Just in case. Good. Why do I feel like my levels are off? I don't know. Something feels wrong. But I think we're fine. Something doesn't feel quite right with my damage, though. I'm not sure what it is. How's it going, Flippy? Dude, this run is sick. This is such a fun run. We think about this. We need to set up Red Feather, and then I'm going to go with Staff of Loss. I think I'm going to move that into my right hand to set this up. I also should probably set up my spells and my physic and everything. Let me think about this. So I think what I want to do and yeah, we do set up Comet Azor for phase 2 because we've had too many memes with the game lagging in phase 2 and stuff like that, so we just obliterate her now. How's it going, Savannah? All right, let me double check and make sure that I've got everything right here. So, if I remember correctly, we just bring her health down a whole bunch. And then we're going to back off and make sure we're in a good position before we rebuff. And then the last things I'm going to do, I also need to make sure to swap out the helm. I mean, I don't have to, but it helps. And then probably the last things we do are like Terra Magica, Jellyfish, Physic, and then we go. Yeah. All right. Wrong one. Nice. Nice heat input game. Thank you. I really don't like her position right now. She's kind of in the... You know what? I'm going to go for it anyway. Kind of in the wrong spots. You should be good.
Your strength, extraordinary. The mark
Good.
of a true lord.
All right. That is very good.
Dear Nicola.
Let's head back to Ordina. Hey, what's up, Badger? Derek, welcome in, guys. But yeah, that works very well. As much as I would kind of rather just fight Millennia, we've had too many memes with the game lagging in Phase 2 and whatnot, so you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? All of this makes sense. Hey, what's up, Denny, Tessie, Roman? Hopefully I said that roughly right. Hey, what's up, Julian? Thank you for the follow earlier. I saw that as well. There was a lot going on, so it kind of escaped me for a moment. I think I won Slicer, right? But then... Oh, I actually didn't know that that looped like that. That's nice. Where do I... Well, I guess I can level up a few times. Oh, I know, dude. Wanting to fight bosses in a sorcery run, it's actually kind of cringe, isn't it? Yeah, I believe 48 is correct. And then... All right, that all seems good. Let's go.
Not to get political, but which are better, cats or dogs?
That is an inflammatory comment. Unbelievable. How dare you? Also, for what it's worth, actually, we were talking about this yesterday. Like, I grew up with dogs as pets, but I've always gotten along with cats. It might actually be nice to have a cat. I can't right now because the place I live in is like a no pets kind of place. But the next place I move to, I think I would really like to have a pet. And obviously it depends, like, on, you know, some people have allergies and stuff like that. So it's just different from one person to another. Yeah, it's not like there's really a wrong answer or anything. It's just... You know, it's different for everyone. Why is it, like, so dark right now? Can I just get rid of you, please? Thank you. Okay, we are.
There is a wrong answer, dogs.
How dare you? I might be in a bad spot. I think this invasion works fine as long as I didn't screw anything up here. Despawn? Thank you. Okay. That's what I wanted to be sure of. Oh, also, did the chat on screen get fixed? Is it displaying the emotes now? I know that got brought up a few minutes ago, but I forgot to follow up. It's still just text? Damn, I don't know why that is. Oh, let me check something. I might have actually forgot to hit save on that or something. I can check that real quick. No, it shows it as... I don't know. That's weird. I don't know why that would be. I can try and refresh it one more time. All right, we'll see what happens. That's about as much as I can do. I'm not going to worry about it too much. How's it going, Lord? Still not showing up on the stream? Okay, well, so be it. I guess I can't change anything about it right now. Wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know. That comes from Streamlabs. So I tried tweaking all the settings that I could, but I can take a look later and try and, you know, fine tune it a little bit more or something, or see if I can find a different plugin, something like that. But I'm also not as worried about that. Like, it's all good. Really, FFZ worked, but 7TV didn't. Weird. Okay, I don't know why that would be. That's really strange. Really? You're gonna block me like that, huh? Okay. Ooh. Good. I'm also thinking how I want to order my spells, because it can make a difference here. Think about it. I'll do it when I come back. I'm gonna go over and peach some items real quick. I don't know, that little drop there kind of always scares me. I feel like something could go wrong. Yeah, Lusatz makes all spells consume 50% more FP. You can counter it with various things, like the helm that we're wearing, that glintstone scarab helm. That reduces FP usage. There's a talisman that does it. So you can counter it a bit. But yeah, that is generally how it works. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Slicer and Paramagica, and that's all I'm going to do here, right? And it should just be... Okay, I think I'm going to do my buffs in a slightly different order just to make things a little bit more consistent. I don't like losing so much stamina at the beginning of the fight, so I'm going to do Golden Vow before I enter. It doesn't really make much of a difference, but it might save us a bit of wasted stamina at the beginning of the fight.
I can see it as clear as day. The coming of our
Good.
dynasty. More Gwyn.
Hey, what's up, Guado? You will see in a moment. Yeah, now the mausoleum is a little more accurate. Oh, I guess I could level real quick. Why not?
How's your day so far?
Hey, what's up, Mystic? My day's all right. How are you doing today? So we're done there. Do I... that actually would be nice. We really don't need to worry about int so much right now. Other things matter more, I believe. We can level up. All right, I'll do that. Oh, that all makes sense. Yo, how's it going, Hyperion? Getting distracted during setup? Dude, it's easy. It's really easy for that to happen. Yeah, you really like gotta mentally keep it together during setup. And I mean for the rest of the run as well, but especially during setup. Just get that very solid foundation so that everything else falls into place. But that's not easy to do. Oh man, keep on thinking of all the wild possibilities in the run. Yeah. All right, let me double check some stuff real quick. Seems fine. You do two-shot him, but is it actually worth it? Definitely not. Well, at least you tried it and experimented, and now you came to a decision afterward, maybe, you know? So maybe that was worth it. Not worth it for an actual live run, but worth it for trying and testing. Nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, stuff that gets... Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. That's a tough call. You got to do what you got to do. Just find whatever works for you and stick with it. Thinking. I think I'm going to switch back to Freezing Mist and then Piercer. And that should be everything in this area. Although I can level up as well. Trying to do all of the setup right away. Yeah, you front load the run like that. Yeah, that's a hard part too, is balancing the whole run so that it's not just like 3 hours of setup at the beginning and it drives you crazy. It's tough. It's a never-ending struggle. There's so many options. It's just never ending. So many options in a big open world game like this. What are my PC specs? My PC is a few years old, or at least the parts are. I have an Intel 8700K. So what is that? i7 8700K. I have a 2070 Super as my graphics card. And I have 32 gigs of RAM. So it's no slouch. But the PC is a few years old, and I do occasionally feel it struggling with, you know, some of the modern stuff at highest settings and stuff like that. But it's still pretty good. Definitely can't complain. Yeah, I was wondering if that was going to happen. Okay, that's good. Yeah, still good specs, no doubt. Oh, you thought you were going to get an attack off, did you? Jerk. Yeah, Loretta's Mastery has pretty quickly become one of my favorite spells. It's just so damn strong. Insane tracking, really, really good damage, excellent range. There's hardly any downsides to it. It doesn't even consume tons of FP. It is maybe a little bit slow to cast, but that's probably a good thing. It's a fantastic spell, though. Extremely useful on this run. Also, I looked into it, and I don't know why the bot is responding as me right now. Something's scuffed, and I don't know what it is, so I just have to live with it. It shouldn't be doing that. It should be responding as the bot. I just don't know why. Yeah, they're taking over. All right, I do need to rest. Soup or chocolate? Those are two very, very, very different things. Are you asking for dinner or for like... No, it's got to be later for you, right? It's like late in the evening. Chocolate would be my go-to at that point of the day. Soup is going to be better earlier, but that's just me. I am not set up. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I am. Let me double check. Oh, I actually am. Oops. I do need to switch to that. And I think what I want to do is that. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do it with Gambit. I don't really care much. Oh, soup it is. Nice. Okay. I had my lineup right, but he still heard me when I cast Terra Magica. That was really weird. I'm really glad I did stealth there. I've been thinking about changing how I do this kill anyway. I just haven't pulled up a save file and done it yet. Because none of the spells that we're doing are like exclusive to this guy. And for some reason, this guy just likes to behave very strangely. Hello? How are you? I don't know, man. I'm gonna change that kill next time. Hey, what's up, GHF and Poquo? Welcome in, guys. I don't really know why he behaved like that. That was really weird. I don't know. It's strange. That is definitely a kill that I would like to revisit and improve. What we're doing works, but I really don't need a setup quite that elaborate. We could kill him probably much more simply. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is get this run and then come back here in New Game Plus just to kill that guy a different way, and then I'll consider my run valid. The Freezing Mist will do a frost proc on him, and it increases how much damage he will take for a short time as well. So, well, that's what the frost proc does. I don't know. That was really weird what happened there, though. The way that he, like, heard me and kept turning around and stuff. I don't know. I really need to revisit that kill and do something better. There are some good options there, but I don't know. We really don't need to make the kill that elaborate. I was doing that because that was just from, like, back when we were originally routing this run and I was trying to figure out, like, where I was going to use each spell. That was probably the first place where I started using Piercer. So I just kind of stuck with it. Like, the kill always worked for the most part, and there was nothing that really needed to be changed. But now we're seeing there's a couple of kills here and there where it's like, you know what? We probably could and maybe should do this a different way. I mean, we could just do something like, something like even Loretta's Mastery, or probably just some combination of Comet and something else. Maybe Night Comet. There's a few different options. The only thing that I don't know 100% is how he behaves when he phases. And that's what I'm, like, mildly ever so concerned about. Like, ever so mildly concerned about. Is just, if I do a bunch of damage and then he phases, how does he behave? And do I have enough time to do everything that I want to do? I probably do, but I've just never taken the time to figure it out. So, I don't know. That's fine. I want Cannon here. I definitely want Comet. Then we want that. Dragonkin. I always have to think about this. Oops. I'll just put Slicer there. I think that's plenty. Okay, we should be good to go back to the study hall. And there's a couple of things we need to do here. How far from the finish? Quite a ways away. The run will probably take... another 7 to 8 hours, realistically. So there's still quite a bit left. I'm going to go ahead and level up. If something goes wrong and I need to grace out, I don't want to lose the one precious level that I'm going to get here. How long did it take us to set up? It took us like 2 months to route and practice everything. How did I not send the lift down on my first playthrough? What was I doing on my first time through? Because we started off with a single playthrough of all bosses, sorcery only, just to see if it was even viable. Like, I was sure it was, right? But until you've actually gone through and done it, you can't say for sure. So the first playthrough was just like 30 hours of just trying stuff out to see what's even possible. And then after that, we sort of routed, you know, generally do the any percent, then generally do all remembrances, and then start doing some cleanup. Figure out where you need to move stuff so that you get this and that here and there. So you have it when you need it. All those little things. And then what we're doing with using every offensive sorcery at least once. I mean, that's a really cool, you know, challenge that we're adding onto this or whatever. But it adds a lot of routing into this. But that's exactly why we were here, to kill Miriam, was because we needed to get that sorcery from her. Okay, good. And then I can change this. Yeah, for the worst spell, one of the worst sorceries, little to no control and not very good damage. It is not a good spell. You know what? I just realized something. I never got Starlight. It's fine. I can do it later. Okay. Ooh. If there was a boss that took damage from unseen form, I would think, I don't know, for some reason the Black Knife Assassin comes to mind because they're the ones trying to use stealth. So using their own tricks against them, I feel like would be a good way to mess with them. Also, there is a bug with Last Rites where the like revealing effect of the Sentry's Torch has a bugged interaction with the Last Rites buff. So any undead enemies in the area or whatever they are just start taking damage randomly. It's really messed up. So it's like totally viable that what you just asked could actually happen in this game. If an enemy somehow took damage from me casting unseen form, I would actually believe it. Just because this game is so buggy at the moment. Or there are some bosses that are like hyper aggressive and they will aggro to you no matter what. It doesn't matter if you use stealth or not. So maybe there's one of them. I'd have to think about what those bosses are because I don't remember off the top of my head. But somehow it would be kind of funny if one of those enemies was like super aggressive trying to look for you and it injured itself in the confusion. It's like a Pokemon thing. It injured itself in its confusion. Yeah, the game is really buggy. Let me get down to catch up on my notes. We're all good there. Yep, game of the year. And then they just completely ditch actually trying to fix their game. 3.5 months and we still have the bugged buffs. And we find even more bugs with them as time goes on. It's actually impressive. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they're focusing on DLC, but it's just kind of weird that they've left the game in this condition for this long and done not really anything to fix it. If anything, they only made it worse. It's just kind of bizarre. Oh, really? You're playing Sekiro? Hell yeah, I need to go back and play that more for sure. Yeah, lingering hitboxes, Genova. Honestly, that is something that has been there for over a decade. That shit was happening back in Dark Souls 1. They've known about it for years and years and years, and they've done nothing about it. Oh, whoops, I didn't want to leave. I needed to give her the curse mark. I got confused with where I was. Like, it's actually astounding that they still have that. They just have never gone back to actually address that problem. It's wild. Like, it should be simple enough. If you have an active hitbox at the end of phase 1, then at the beginning of phase 2, you just clear out those hitboxes. Like, what would prevent them from just putting that simple fix in there, you know? Yeah, it might be nice if the current game worked as well. Maybe. I don't know, man. Like, I know that, I mean, okay, let's be real. This is a fantastic game. I have a blast playing it. There are many, many things that are just top-notch, wonderful, yada yada. But there are some things that 100% deserve some criticism, and it's fair to call them out on that. And that's really all I'm trying to point out. I think that's it, right? We did all the dialogue here. Yeah, maybe Miyazaki specifically wants them in on purpose. Well, on speedrun.com, they don't track no-hit runs. One thing you could do is you could go over to Team Hitless, but that's only going to show runs that people have actually submitted to Team Hitless, and not everyone does that. Like, for example, Gino's runs are not really on there as much anymore. Like, he has some runs from back in the day, but he hasn't submitted them to Team Hitless for a while. So a lot of his more recent runs are simply not on there. So it's just a matter of whether or not people even submit runs to them anymore. So keeping track of no-hit runs is kind of tough because, like, not even everybody agrees on the rules, and that's a constant point of contention among some people. I'll save that. Why would I do that? As far as the intended design, that's a good question. In terms of their intended design, I don't know. I don't know. That's actually a tough one. Because, like, trying to read into what their actual intent was is always kind of tough. Like, anybody who really claims that they know what the developers were clearly thinking, take their word with a grain of salt. Like, there are some things that, yeah, it's probably pretty obvious what they wanted, but aside from that, there's a lot of gray area. You can't really definitively say that you know what the developers intended. And that's just me. That's just my opinion. But a lot of people feel very confident in their opinion on developer intent, and I think that causes a lot of just friction among the community when people think that they know what the developers intended and somebody else has a mild disagreement with them. Well, who's right? Oh, hello. Okay. One of the projectiles missed and hit the ground or something. That's never happened before. He survived with like 1 HP. It's actually really weird. Woo! But like, there are a lot of things, and I'm not really, I don't know. The way that stealth is implemented in these games has always been a bit wonky, for like my opinion. Like, I really don't think that they foresaw people using certain items in the game the way that they do. And I think maybe that's simply their biggest weakness, is that they lack some understanding of what their users, what their players actually do with their games. So I don't know. That's my general opinion on it, but can't really criticize them. It's impossible. And also, they make their games their own way. You know, we run the game. I'm looking at it through a very specific, you know, lens or whatever, a very specific perspective. Speedrunners are going to have a different opinion. PvP players are going to have a different opinion. Casual players are going to feel differently. Everybody's got a different opinion on this kind of stuff. Nobody has like a single all-encompassing perfect understanding and viewpoint of how the game is or how it should be. You could argue that, like, yeah, Miyazaki, but he doesn't have control over everything. So I would argue there's no single person who just really perfectly understands everything about these games and what they're intended to be and what they realistically are. I don't know. Ultimately, all we have is the game as it is. We play it however we want, and we just have fun with it. So doesn't matter if you're doing speedruns or no-hit runs or PvP or just casual or modding it or whatever. As long as you just have fun with it, that's all that really matters in the end.
Bender had a 0.04% nickel impurity.
It's what makes me me. Let me go ahead and just double check some stuff. So we do our buffs, we run up with Slicer, boom, 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 and then we can we can redo stuff at the next Grace, which we'll need in a little while. But yeah, like, I think their stealth mechanic is a bit busted. I'm not really sure what a better alternative is. Like, that's difficult because, I don't know. I'm starting to have, like, half an understanding of how it actually works in this game. But I'm not really sure what you could do to drastically improve it. I definitely have some ideas for how they handle it in boss fights, but I'm not sure if they would really want that. Like that right there, the fact that you can use stealth against bosses, did they really, like, design that? Did they intend for that to be possible, or was that sort of an oversight? That's one of the biggest things that I kind of wonder about, but I also don't want them touching it because I exploit the shit out of it. And I think it's fun. So, I don't know. It's just a tough call. One thing that I don't like, and I've never really liked a lot, is how rare some of the drops are in the world. You get stuff that's like 1, 2, 3% drop rates. And dude, it's just abysmal to try and farm that stuff. It's not fun in any way. And when you tie that to achievements in the game, dude, what the fuck? You're just forcing players to grind pointlessly for hours on end, or to play your really scuffed online interaction. I don't know, man. That's not fun to me. Luckily, they finally realized it at some point because, at least in Sekiro and now Elden Ring, it appears the achievements are nowhere near as grindy. But man, for like a decade, they were absolutely set in stone about that being a thing, weren't they? And they've gotten better at this next part, but they have always had scuffed menuing. Like, it's very inconsistent. All the way back to Dark Souls 1. And one of the best examples is when you're playing Dark Souls 1. If you go to use a homeward bone, you get the prompt that shows up on screen, right? And it's, you know, warp back to your last used bonfire, yes or no. Now, the default selection for whether yes is selected by default or no is selected by default is impacted by like a dozen different things. Any kind of load screen will reset it so that I believe it defaults to yes. I can't remember if that's correct or not, but there's like 10 different things that can impact what is selected by default. Now, why that is really weird. I do not understand what they were thinking there. But if you interact with a merchant, if you drop an item from your inventory, if you, I forget whatever else, if you open your inventory and sort, all of those can impact what is the default selection for a yes and no prompt in the game. And it's really weird menuing quirks like that that get on my nerves. And also when those kinds of prompts just block your basic actions in a game, in like your gameplay, that really gets on my nerves. And they've never really fixed it. For years and years, it's been the same problem. And that always really annoys me. How's it going, Skylone? Yeah, exactly. You really don't need to worry about the achievements. But like, the entire point of the achievement is to give you a little bit of a challenge, something to work toward, right? But man, they shouldn't be painful. And I think that's what the drop rates and the farming feel like in these games. Some of them are maybe okay, but some of them are just really, really bad. Okay, I kind of mismanaged my stamina there, but we're good. Oh yeah, absolutely, Badger. I mean, it 100% is. Like, even though it is its own series, its own identity, obviously it's built on like the same engine and a lot of the same design principles that From have used in all their games. So there are a lot of things that are very clearly like common in these games, and but that cuts both ways, good and bad. Like I really hope that after Elden Ring, they finally take the time to invest in an overhauled game engine, because this is just my feeling, but I feel like they're pushing some of the engine to its limit. I don't really know how much more they can keep up building on the engine as it is. I think there's some serious issues with it that need to be addressed and probably should have been addressed years ago, but they just never did. So I really hope after Elden Ring being as huge a success as it is, that they really take the time to overhaul their engine and get it working, you know, better than before. Especially when it comes to some stuff like the game running at 60 frames a second, the physics being linked to the frame rate. Those are things that should have been fixed a long time ago, I feel. So, I don't know. But that's just my opinion on it. And obviously, I don't really know. Like, I'm just kind of forming my own opinion based on, you know, my experience playing the game. So, what do I know compared to what they know, of course? Yeah, I really don't like that that pattern of developers like, well, you know, our game isn't really all that great optimized. Now, Elden Ring is pretty decent, let's be real, but man, there are some things that are kind of rough around the edges, don't you know? Also, I think I kind of did this wrong, but I think we'll be fine. Really don't like where I'm at. Try and bait out another tail slam. Just cutting it close. Bastard. Okay, good. Not bad. No, sometimes that fight goes much smoother. I think one of my buffs ran out because I was trying to bait out a tail slam, and I'm pretty sure that Howl of Shabriri wore out there.
I can't believe you guys did all this for me.
I was missing out on some damage. I did 4 of those shard spirals, and they all connected, and they were doing good damage, but that should have killed him. So I think that's what happened. Yo, Elden Lau, thank you for gifting a sub to Knight. Appreciate that. Was Knight in here a moment ago? I think I may have seen their name. Also, what's up, Pabs? How's it going? Maybe I missed some stuff, but thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Okay, we are maxed out on int. I can start putting some points into endurance for a while. We can change that back to night comets. That's all fine. And then meteorite is good. Bubble is good. I think that's it, right? Yeah, I believe that's right. And then I'll swap out the physic tier. Yeah, it looks like we're in good shape. Don't need that. We do need that. I don't need that. Oh, right. Duh. One more thing I need to do.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from
Oh, he's playing Skyrim now? Nice.
there are books and light.
Oh, that's right. He was going to be doing co-op. Hell yeah. Man, I haven't played Skyrim pretty much since it came out. It's one of those games where, like, I enjoyed it, but I went with, like, a very basic melee build, and I got tired of that shit real quick. I really got to mess around with, like, magic in that game or something. Oh, no, that's actually not true. I started off as a pure mage, and I really tried to have fun with it, but it was hit or miss. And then I ended up going the same route that, like, everyone else does eventually. Stealth Archer. Like, that was always the play. Yeah, like, Oblivion was my introduction to the Elder Scrolls series. So nothing will ever top Oblivion in my mind, just because that was my introduction to the series, and it was so damn good and memorable. I've got a lot of nostalgia about Oblivion. Modding Skyrim into Oblivion and it crashing on you like crazy? Well, yeah, I believe that. That is cool though, and that's one of those game series that I love how much you can mod that game. That was probably the first game that I really got into mods. Man, it was so good. I never played Morrowind, or at least not fully. I tried pulling it up once, and I pretty much stopped playing the moment that I saw that the combat was a dice roll. Like, I don't like that. I like games like this, where you have control over the player, over the combat directly. And, like, I don't know, when I'm standing right in an enemy's face and I'm attacking them with a giant mace, I should be hitting them. It shouldn't be a dice roll, in my opinion. But I kind of gave up on it because of that. I'm sure it's a fantastic game, and honestly, I should give it a try again, but I just kind of got turned off by that. But that's just me. Hey, Ghost, how's it going? I was really glad to see it. But yeah, that happens. Luckily, not much really happened there. It was just some chill chatting. How you doing? All right, we've got all that. Let me switch my physic tier back. And I think that's all correct. Why do I feel like I'm missing a spell right now? Oh, no, I know what I'm supposed to do. Okay. It should be that. Oh, whoops, I didn't need to be on torrent for this. It said you were in bandwidth mode. Is bandwidth mode supposed to be like a local testing thing or something? I honestly don't know. But that's so messed up. Of course, OBS just like... Ay.
So perhaps I go now.
It could have been much worse if you were accidentally broadcasting something you really did not want to broadcast. You were just showing a blank screen, a blank, you know, black screen. So it could have been much worse. And as far as I could tell, there was no sound or anything, so... Yeah. Oh, to test stability. Oh, okay, I've never used that before, but that's good to know. That's messed up, though. So when you're in bandwidth mode, like, were you not able at all to see that chat was right there? You really have to read and think in Morrowind and not run towards a quest marker. Okay, that's a good point too. Oblivion was nice, but it was a lot of go here, do the thing, go here, do the thing. Like, it really held your hand, and it would be fun to play a game in that style, like that kind of world or whatever, but it doesn't hold your hand. So if I go back and play Morrowind, maybe I would do it with some mods that people would recommend or something like that. But dude, I think I would enjoy the shit out of it, actually. Oh, you don't have chat in OBS. Okay, I always do, so I just assumed, of course. But no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's a good point, Jode. It could be like the effectiveness of the attack. Like, okay, you're going to do a base amount of damage, and then you get a slight bonus, and that bonus is determined by your dice roll. And maybe a couple other things, like your proximity and, you know, the angle that you're facing and things like that. They could have done it in a better way. That's just... It was a big turnoff for me. I wanted to enjoy it, but I had a hard time enjoying it. You know, it was one of those games. So I just stopped playing it and left it to, you know, dropped it. Yeah, I really wish the... Oh, man, I really wish the marker system would let you have more than 100 markers. Like, even on my first playthrough, I don't think I was getting close to it necessarily, but if you're doing an all-boss playthrough, you want to mark the bosses that you've completed. There's 165 bosses, and there's only 100 markers. Like, did they not foresee that people would use it for that exact purpose? That's the kind of thing that I was, like, referring to earlier, where it seems like they just don't really have an understanding of how players play their game. And who knows, maybe there is some weird, like, technical limitation to it or something like that, but if that's the case, that's pretty weak. And if they're only going to expand the game with more DLC, you know, like, how future-proof do they design their games? Which, like, why would they? But still. I don't know, it's just very strange. Well, yeah, you could do something like that, but on a first playthrough, you're not going to know what lies ahead when you haven't been there yet. So, on a first playthrough, if you're trying to mark stuff, you're going to run out of markers eventually. If you know, stick with it. It's just really weird. I really don't know what they were thinking, leaving the marker system in the game the way it is. Have they ever acknowledged a no-hit scene? Not really. Like, apparently there was some interview or something where Miyazaki was asked or talked about, you know, he found out that Hob did a no-hit run back in Dark Souls 1. And I guess he basically said something along the lines of, he didn't know what rules were used, but he didn't really believe it, or something like that. He showed a bit of skepticism. Which is pretty understandable if you... I mean, I can certainly see that, but... Oh, I'm actually glad I noticed this. But now that it's been going for, like, years and there's, you know, hundreds or over 1,000 people that have done it, it is a bigger scene now. You'd think they would be aware of it, at the very least. All right, let me double check and make sure I've got everything the way I want. Yeah, that all makes sense. Okay, good. I think we're ready for this. Blocked Gino on Twitter. That is totally real and definitely not fake. How it was possible because of C. Yeah, okay, so there's stuff like that, like dev-intended deaths and whatnot. Gino didn't do anything. He's got He's got, you know, on his Twitch page. Oh, I got to remember to go back and get the spell. On his Twitch page, he's got a photoshopped image, which makes it look like Miyazaki blocked him on Twitter. That's what it is. And people constantly ask, why were you blocked by Miyazaki? It's not real. It's just a meme. Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. I didn't hear about George R.R. Martin. That's pretty funny. I don't know why I'm doing less damage here. Oh, headshots. I knew that. Yeah. There's a chance of headshots. That's what it is. Oh, how's it going, Candy? Welcome in. Oh, whoops. Wrong way. It all seems right. Oh, I didn't realize that it actually switched to a different playlist. Holy shit, this is a different one. Let me change to something else. This one's kind of goofy. Why don't we go with... I kind of like this one, and I haven't heard it in a while. So I think that'll be a good one. Although, it might be a bit quiet, so... Let me turn the volume back up. I think now I go to here, don't I? Yeah. More than a decade to get out Winds of Winter. Yeah, apparently we're getting to the point where we've waited longer for the 6th book than we did for all 5 books before that. I mean, I don't know what the guy is doing, but, you know, whatever. He's definitely making his fans wait. What's up, X03? Where am I going here? I kind of forget where I used to jump for this. I had one day where it was really scuffed, so I'm a little cautious about it now. Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I've never written a book or anything like that. There's no doubt that it's difficult, but with how long it's taken, and obviously there was the huge success of the TV show and everything, and hasn't he started working on other stuff? I mean, like, for example, I mean, he was working on Elden Ring, so you almost wonder, has he just sort of given up on even finishing that series? Who knows? Yeah, and there's still a 7th book to come after it, too. Exactly. Did I switch? Oh, no, I did not. Okay, nice. So now we need to do some side quest nonsense. Love it.
I hoped a strappy don't friend. Should you accept? I will teach. I need your name resting. Oh, as go on. Well, the work of it. Can you give me as well, man?
Okay, so he wants some time with this. There's no aggro. We're just gonna quit out and continue. How have I been going for 2 hours already? Are you kidding me?
Will you give it? I will reward. Tended to wretched.
Yeah, who knows? Honestly, like, I guess that's totally possible. Maybe he actually releases them together. I wouldn't expect it, but maybe he's really taking his time trying to, with how the show played out and everything, maybe he's rethinking what he wants to do with the final books in the series too. There's so many possibilities with everything that's happened, so you never know.
My apology. Everything, even the night. Not that I could.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do the bell-bearing hunters too. That is true. I think now, as long as you haven't rested or anything, you should be able to go down there right away again. And they'll start selling the spells, if I remember correct. I might be wrong on that. And then I have to set up a fair bit for Crystallian Trio. There's a lot going on in that fight. Come on.
Thank for giving them. Understand? You've been as
Yeah, the bell-bearing hunters. Actually, the one up in Caelid, I nearly lost the run there last time because I forgot to set things up properly. It was really close. All right. I need a few more runes. What does that put me at? It's probably not enough. Top 7. That should do it. Hopefully. Yeah, he can be pretty brutal. If you get like real close to him, especially if you're kind of rotating counterclockwise around him and you stay on that side, you can kind of get him into a loop where you bait out the shield slam from him, and then it's pretty easy to respond to attacks after that. But yeah, he can be tough, no doubt. So I'm gonna set that to Zamor Ice Storm. That gets changed over. Actually, I think what I'm gonna do is make that Rock Slaying, and I'll make that Night Maiden's Mist. Yeah? And let me think for a second. Is there... Get Night Maiden's Mist. I'll need to set up before we go into the fight. Double stealth when we enter. Okay. Okay. I'll just need to make sure that we set up properly before we go into the boss fight. Oh, Hobbs in game 4? Hell yeah. Dude, all these God runners are getting some real consistency. Hobbs been regularly getting runs going. Gino's obviously doing fantastic. Dino has been doing pretty well with his SL1 God Run 3. It's an exciting time. There's a lot of really cool runs out there to see. The TTS? Yeah, it's not for everyone, but I get a laugh out of it. I like it. I'm glad that I don't have hardly any spam here, but I don't know. I find it kind of fun from time to time. It's just goofy. Like, it's so dumb, but it is also a bit of a meme that chat can like have fun with. Every time it comes up, people spam the 777 emote. I don't know, it's just goofy. Nice cancel. Dude, the glowing eyes are like kind of creepy on certain enemies. They really are. All right, I need to change some stuff. That needs to become Arrow's Reach. That is there. that becomes that. Don't need that for anything anymore. And honestly, we can just keep it at that, now I think about it. Okay. Okay. Where am I? There? Somewhere? Please don't go so far to the left that you step out of it. Thank you.
$7,777,777.
And there it is. Thank you, Brian. That should kill, right? Okay, there we are. It's also pretty amusing simply because you can manipulate Brian to talk a certain way. Oh, that is... Oh. What? I died. I just died. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Oh, that is so fucking stupid. The Night Maiden's Mist hit the rock in front of me. I tried to back down the rock, but it was still hitting me. So instead of healing, I just graced out. I probably could have healed and then graced. But that's never happened before. Well, I mean, that happened once, but the way that that played out has never happened before. But I died. Wait. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I still have my great rune. Wait a minute. Hold on. Before anything else, we're gonna go back in here. I want to see something. I might not have died. I don't think I actually died, but I want to test this. This has never happened before, and I need to know. Whatever. What the fuck? Well, it dropped runes because I graced out. it would have dropped the runes one way or another. So I hit a rock right in front of me with Night Maiden's Mist. It was chipping away my own HP. I graced out as quickly as I could, but once it faded to black, it went to the screen that normally shows up after you die to give you the option to spawn either at the stake or to go back to the Grace. Oh, a rune pickup. That's true. But I also graced out. That's so scuffed. Somehow, because my health was dwindling, it must have thought that I died at one point, so obviously it brought up that menu. But I didn't lose my rune arc, and I have no runes to recover. Well, I mean, I didn't have any, and I still don't have any. I did kill some enemies. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I think the game is just terribly designed. And we're just going to continue. Because I never died. There was never a death screen. And I never lost my rune arc. Oh, is there any way to show number of deaths to check? That's an interesting point. How's it going, Baboon? Dervius? That is also a very interesting point. All right, what I'm going to do, we're here at a Grace. This is all really scuffed. Like, everything that just happened is really scuffed. But I'm not going to continue the run just yet until I feel confident that I didn't die. And that's a fair point. There is actually a way, it's not in-game, but with Cheat Engine, I can check how many times my character has died. That is somewhere, isn't it? Isn't that in base info? Character base info? Great Rune is active. Playtime. Isn't there a way that... Yeah, the fact that I didn't lose the rune arc, I think is a big tell right there. And there was no death sound. It sounds like just another bug. But like, well, you don't actually die for Scion. That doesn't actually count as far as I understand, but I could be wrong. But like, okay, base info, HP. Isn't there a death counter? I thought there was a death counter somewhere in here. Yeah, as far as I understand, well, Scion takes you to 1 HP, but we jump off the edge. So I don't know if that counts as a single death or not. So... yeah, does anybody know? Does anybody know if there's somewhere in Cheat Engine in the Hexington table that displays the number of times you died? I could swear that that was a thing. If you fight Scion, it will be a hit, but no death screen. If you jump off, it's a death, but not a hit. Okay, that's what I thought it was too. Basically, what I'm hoping is that if there is somewhere that is counting deaths, I should be at 1, not 2. I can't find anywhere that shows number of deaths. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that's not a death. The fact that I did not lose my Great Rune and I had no rune pickup, those are two clear signs that no, I did not die. The fact that that screen showed up is just a bug. I understand why it showed up and it was really fucking close, but that's just From's shitty game design. NPCs, maps, site of grace, events, miscellaneous. Shit. Man, this is messed up. Okay, I'm gonna try opening the Grand Archives table and see if theirs has a death counter. I could have sworn that that was a thing in these cheat engine tables. Oh, outdated my ass. Also, how? This is 109.1. I don't see anything that actually shows number of death. I'm actually really surprised. I thought for sure that that was a thing. No, I don't know if anybody has a clip. We can pull it up and look in a moment. Oh, that's so weird. Hold on, let me see. It was a near death. It wasn't a fall poured out. Oh, has that happened to people, Lank? Where they warp out when they're falling? But yeah, like I was getting hit by my own Night Maiden's Mist. All right, because I opened Cheat Engine, I am going to quit out and reopen my game. I would not trust it to be 100% square at this point. But yeah, basically here, I'm going to reopen my game. And while we're doing that, I will pull it up and review it. Oh, that is so scuffed. Are you kidding me, dude? Okay. So over here, we killed this first guy. I was hitting this second guy, and I went to fire Night Maiden's Mist, and I accidentally hit the stone right in front of me here. So I was damaging myself. I graced out, and I got that screen. So eventually, like, I hesitated. I wasn't sure what to do. So I selected the Stake of Marika. I showed up again. I still have my rune active, my Great Rune active, and I have no rune pickup anywhere. So I think there's more indicators that I didn't die than ones that say I would have died. Like, that's just really scuffed. But I'm very... Oh, I never opened the game again. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't die. Like, there was never a death screen. I never lost my Great Rune. I have no runes to pick up. For some reason, the game was bugged into bringing up that screen. That's it. But I never died. That's all there is to it. It was close, but I saved it. And I'm just going to stick with that. That is so goddamn scuffed. Are you kidding me? Game of the year, by the way. Fuck's sake. Gave me a goddamn heart attack. Yeah, I think that's all there is to it. If anybody wants to post it in Team Hitlist, go right ahead. Like, it's good that people know about it. But for my own sake, I'm fine with just continuing. I don't think I did anything wrong. I did what I could to save it, even though it was totally scuffed. And we just have a very janky game to begin with, so just got to accept it. What's up, Shiken? Yeah, so basically what happened there in that clip was I accidentally damaged myself to the point that I was going to die. I recognized that it was going to happen, so I tried to warp out of the arena. I did warp out of the arena, but for some reason, the game gave me the screen as if you died in a boss fight, and you had the option to warp back to the Stake of America or go back to the Grace that you last rested at. So for some reason, the game brought up that screen, even though I never died. I never lost my Great Rune, and I never had, you know, on the compass, it shows where you lost your runes. Hey, what's up, Lemons? So, like, there's more to indicate that I did not die than there is to indicate that I did die, in my opinion. That's so weird.
You're good.
That is so crazy. I have never seen that before. Yo, thank you for the good luck, Lemons. How you doing? Might help if I have the right spell out. Oh, what a scuffed game we have. What a scuffed game we have. Insane. All right. Anywho. All right, and then this time, let's not accidentally start draining my HP. That's so dumb. I have to be really careful about that from now on, though. But yeah, thanks for all the feedback on that, everyone. That is such a bizarre situation. I have never seen that before. I hope I never see it again. But to run into that during a live run where it would be a 7-hour reset, it's like the last thing I needed. Go back into it. Jerk. Thank you. Hey, as long as it's working, Ghost, you know? It's all that matters. Have you been having internet issues recently? Is that what's been going on? I may have missed a lot of conversation up to now. There was a lot happening, of course, so... You know what? The fact that I'm casting from my left hand actually doesn't help me at all here. Like, I do it because it's going to cost less FP, but it actually may have put where the spell was cast, like, right in front of that edge of the crystal there. That might have been why that happened. All right. So, hey, Munfler, how's it going? Thank you for the good luck. actually... What a split. Oh! Does it still? Does that still happen, Ryan? Wait, does it really? You're kidding me. $328. Whoops, why did I do that? 307. Or, so it was what, 21 previously? Oh my gosh, it does. There's no reason for me to be casting from my left hand there. That's hilarious. I never thought of that. Download speed got trashed last Sunday. Tried to fix it and that damaged the internet even more? Damn. Oh, you're on a new provider now. There you go. Your download is definitely not that great. Oh, well. As long as it's doing what you need. That sucks, though.
Let's devour the very gods together.
Indeed. All right. I need to set up for this. So, buffs. Physic is in good shape. And then I think I have to equip that, yeah? So it's going to be red feather. Arrows. Oh, I do arrows reach. Of course, I forgot about that. Mimic helm. Just the staff, the shield, and the seal. Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Dude, what a scuff day. I also just realized I forgot to do something. Jesus, what a day. Arrow's reach works with only a handful of spells. It works with both bubble spells, so Oracle Bubbles and Great Oracular Bubble. It also works with Rock Sling, and that's what I really... Well, I need it for both, actually. I need it both for Great Oracular Bubble and for Rock Sling. Which is really surprising that it actually works with some sorceries, but only certain ones. And I think it has something to do with the type of projectile they are, I guess. Because if some of the projectiles are actually like physical or something, it's really weird. You had a legacy account, you were told you could not upgrade to a better plan. You would need to cancel and then return. That is so incredibly dumb. And if that's how they're going to treat you, then they're not worth keeping as a provider. Holy shit, that is stupid. Like, what a dumb solution. You have to make the customer jump through hoops just to get basic fucking service. What a shit business model they have then. Jesus. Okay, let me think of some stuff here. I don't need either of those. Those all make sense. Oh, how's it going, Hunter? Dude, what a weird day this is already. This is so strange. Okay, we do our buffs. We do 4 bubble. We go Rock Sling into Shard Spiral. I want to do Freezing Mist at the beginning of phase transition. Go back to Rock Sling. I want to have 2 sleep pots ready. This is an incredibly elaborate setup. Oh, okay. That'd have been faster than I expected. All right, good. I'm actually very happy about that. That was incredibly scuffed. Like, everything leading up to that has been so weird, but I'm just going to keep on going. Holy, what a weird day. I am going to take a short break. After everything that just happened in the past, like, 30 minutes or whatever, it would be good for me to clear my head. So I am going to take a short break for a few minutes. Thank you guys for hanging out. Real quick, I'm going to get something here before I forget. Jesus, what a weird day. It's all good, though. We discovered something new on a live run. What's coming up next here? I need to remember to have freezing mist. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put freezing mist there. I already have night comet. And then I think I use Loretta's mastery again after that, don't I? Yeah, I do. Okay, so that should be good. But either way, I'm going to chill for a minute, just take a break. I'll be back in a few, and we will continue shortly. All right, welcome back, guys. Let's go ahead and keep going. All right. Well, that is another run that we got through all remembrances. So I'm happy about that. Yep, okay. All right, I think we're all set. Let me take a look at this next running section here to make sure I'm not missing anything. Why would I... Hey, Coda, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, Miko? We just had a pretty interesting encounter. I didn't die, but the game thought I died. It was weird. Hope your day is going well. You just watched it? Yeah. It's really weird. And like, I didn't immediately pick one of the options or whatever. I don't know, I delayed and like hesitated because I was so confused at what the hell just happened. It's such a weird situation. Yeah, I was damaging myself with the miss. That's why I got out of there. I realized that I was very close to dying. And I thought my best option was to grace out before I actually died. And somehow the game thought I died for a moment, but I never actually did. Hey, what's up, Fry Cook? Welcome back. Well, I never died. I never lost my Great Rune, and I never had, you know, on the compass, when you die, it shows where your runes were. That pickup was never there. So somehow that screen got triggered, but I never died. Like, the game never came up with the "you died" screen. It just came up with the choose where to warp to. I think there's probably some poorly thought out design where the game checks for your health and it checks if you are warping. And if you have 0 health, it, you know, brings up that prompt. But I never died. It's really, really weird. The clip is there, but the clip might cut off a little bit. I actually made another one a moment ago. Let me grab that and post it real quick if you guys want to take a look. For my part, I cannot say that I died. I think that there are more things to indicate that I did not die than there are things to indicate that I did die. So for my part, I'm just going to continue. But there's a clip. It's really messed up. From have really weird software. Okay. So we go through this area. Oh. Actually, that one and that one. Yeah, it's just really strange. Like, I mean, what more can you do? I know, Monfleur, right? No, I think the best choice is to just acknowledge that From have some really weird design in their software, and it just leads to horribly buggy situations. But strange. I do Genova. It should be linked on the channel here. If you go to my about section or whatever, it should be linked there. So I don't really upload much to it though. Like, I'm not really a content creator. I don't really actively upload things there. I've been thinking about trying to get more into it, but it is there if you want to check it out. Feel free to. Yeah, that's one big thing, is I never had the "you died" screen I kept my great rune, and I never had the rune pickup show up on my compass. Like, those are big, big indicators that no, you did not actually die. Well, sounds good. Thank you, Genova. Appreciate it. Once again, Bender, you know that rapiers are not sorcery. We've been over this. Ooh, hello. Would you kindly de-aggro? Thank you. All right, let me think this through. Oh, right. Oh, there's actually a lot going on in this fight. Yeah, I kind of forgot about this. Let me double check some stuff. All right. Hey, what's up, Bay? How's it going? Who the fuck are you? And Wawoosh, I'm gonna butcher it. Wawooshell. I tried. Thank you for the follow. Was my flask and health refreshed? Well, yeah, but that happens when you grace out too. So I don't think that's any indication of anything. Okay. Good. Really, Hunter? Really? Oh, it actually is. All right. I'll go ahead and add it. Why not? Heads up, this emote is not publicly listed. Do I trust this? Wait, why is that only... How is that not on anyone's channel? Isn't that on Gino's channel? Whatever. I added it anyway. Okay. You know what? I'm going to make it daytime. I hate this place at nighttime. All right. And then that needs to change to Slicer, followed by Carian Retaliation, which is a really weird one. If you graced out, it could have been registering as damage even though you weren't being damaged. Yeah. It's weird. Like, I really can't think about it too much anymore. If I keep on thinking about it, it's going to get, you know, in my head. And I just don't want to be distracted at the moment. So I'm just going to keep on going with the run as it is. I do want to look at that later. That is really, really scuffed. What a weird situation we just had. Okay. I forgot to refill my flasks or reallocate my flasks after that. So I'm going to go up here and grab this grace. Yeah, exactly, Hyperion. Exactly. Those two things right there are the biggest indicator that no, I did not actually die. So I am going to just go with it. I think we just have a situation where the way that From implemented that screen, that prompt, is just imperfect. That's it. Hey, welcome back, GHF. How's it going? Okay, switch that to there. We shouldn't need that anymore. And honestly, I shouldn't need that for now. So I think we have everything we need. We're just going to go up, sleep him. We're doing all right. We had a really weird moment in the run where it actually seemed that I died, but I didn't actually die. So we had to spend a few minutes figuring out what the hell actually happened. It was very bizarre. So, never seen it before. Of course, some really weird shit happens on a live run. But it is what it is. We just move on. Fuck you. Doing that to me when I'm on elevation. Asshole. Oh, really, 35er? Damn. Hey, what's up, Bugs Bunny? I don't know if anybody posted it in the Team Hitless Discord. I actually took a look a moment ago. Oh, I forgot to do something. Okay, I actually want to go back. Well, do I? I mean, not really. Like, I don't actually need it, but I'm going to go over and get this fashion stuff that I forgot to do earlier. But I really have a hard time accepting that as a death. That I simply didn't die. The game is just buggy and it took me to a screen that it shouldn't have. But I never died. Plain and simple. So I'm good with it the way it is. We're just going to keep on going. Yeah, if anybody does want to discuss it, like, that's obviously fine, and it's probably a good thing for others to be aware of it. But yeah, over in one of the Elden Ring channels over in Team Hitless Discord, that would be a good place for it. Yo, what's up, Aziz? What am I doing now? We're going to Champ Red Wolf. And then this running section... Okay. Gonna switch that back. Need to do some stuff with some spells. Did I do sorcery in DS3? Not really, no. I only ever did like a single sorcery playthrough in DS3, and it was okay, but nothing amazing. That's why I wanted to do some stuff in Elden Ring with sorcery, is because it was something new. I only ever did like melee runs in DS3. And I mean, those are fun and whatever, but I wanted to do something different. So when I first started running Elden Ring last year, I went with sorcery, and I saw it was really, really fun. Soul stream only. I don't know if I would want to do that. All right, let me review how I have to run through here, because it is kind of specific. So there's not really any point in unseen form here. Actually, what I'm going to do real quick is light this. Oh, no, I already did, right? Yeah, I have 4. Okay, so kill the first 2, hide on the left. Slicer the one on the right. Kill the guy on the left. Slicer the one on the right. All right, this really shouldn't be that bad. It's mostly just about managing unseen form for this early part. Kind of screwed up. I actually was supposed to use unseen form there, but it doesn't affect anything. So as long as this guy... Okay, it looks like he's de-aggroed. Oh, that's right. I actually need to go down. Whoops. Kind of forgot how this place works. I was not ready to run down, so we'll have to wait for one more cycle, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, I use R2 for sprinting and dodging. It's more comfortable on my hands and wrists. I've been doing it for a while. Started doing that like almost 2 years ago, and it's been very nice. I actually picked that up from Shilky. I saw him doing that and decided to try it out, and it works quite well. Just use keyboard and mouse, it's not for me. But yeah, obviously you can if you want to. Nothing wrong with that. R2 attacks are on B, so they're basically just flip-flopped. Good. That's the worst RNG that you can get with this setup. The fact that he does a single projectile and it was still easy peasy to deal with. But yeah, R2 attacks are just B and you just hold. So it's a pretty easy switch. I don't rebind it in game. I rebind it through Steam because Brum did a much better job giving you options to rebind controls in DS3 and they've somehow regressed over time. Go figure. So the options in Elden Ring are just not very optimal. Okay. Why do people back hop in the lava? Well, if you have something like quick step, you can use quick step. But what I was doing there is I was blocking with my weapon in my hand. And if you block while you're in the lava, you take less damage from the lava. Most of the time. There are some times where you still take the same amount of damage as normal. But that's generally a way of dealing with lava damage, is to block while you're going through it. And the backstep is just because you move a little bit faster than walking through the lava. So backstep and block. And that's a pretty decent way of going through the lava. You take less damage and you still move kind of fast. All right. Details in this one. The running section is, okay, ceiling, lift, kukri near the middle, lever room. There's one in the corner. Okay, so what I want to do is rest. And I want to switch that out. I think that's everything I really need to worry about here, right? I think. I guess I can level up a couple times. This guy might wake up. Hey, what's up, Benji's Pasta? Run's going okay. We did have a weird moment where somehow the game thought that I was supposed to die, even though I never actually died. It's really weird. I graced out of a boss fight because something was going wrong, and my health was draining because of an attack that I do, and it was actually hurting me by mistake. But by the time I graced out, my health must have reached 0. So the game gave us the prompt, you know, where do you want to warp to? The Stake of Marika or the last grace he rested out? Even though I never died. I never lost my Great Rune. I never had the rune pick up on the ground, which only happens when you die. It doesn't happen when you grace out. So somehow the game just thought that I died for a moment. It's really weird. But we kept on going after that, and we lived, so I'm letting it go. Because I don't know what else to do. Okay, I have everything I need, I believe, right? Let me double check something. Oh, right. At some point here, I can start using Commander Standard, which I may actually want to do on this fight, now that I think about it. Okay. And then... is this just... okay, this is double stealth. This is... I need to clean up my notes in this section of the run, but we'll keep going with it. Make sure to do jellyfish. That's how it's supposed to go. Good. But yeah, Pup Time definitely has some really good emotes. We're gonna get rid of all of that. I'm gonna get rid of that. Or actually, we can get rid of that. Although I really can't, can I? We'll do it that way. It's fine. That gets changed. Comet Azor, Physic gets changed to there. I really do like my Booba emote. It's easily one of my favorites. Okay, I'm assuming that we're fine. Can you please fall down? He's so confused. Okay. Fuck that. That's why you don't stay down there, apparently. As long as you guys... I think we're fine. All right. Yep, that's all good. Oh, really, Genova? Yeah, this one is a very annoying fight for us. Many things have to line up just right for this to work. Really good lineup there, thankfully. Good. Luckily, we only need to use this kind of setup with Comet Azor on like 3 or 4 bosses. It's not that bad. All right, let me see what this running section is. Oh, I need to redo some stuff, okay? I think what I'm gonna do is change that over to Slicer and change that over to Great Bow because that's what I use here, right? Yeah. Also, that is Greatsword, not Slicer. Got it. And then this place should be pretty manageable from what I remember. Yeah, that's right. One imp, 2 imps. Take the lift. Yeah, exactly, Isa. Like, I wish I kind of knew about it earlier because there would have been some really cool runs to witness. It's still cool to be around now and see stuff, but, you know, you can't help but wonder about the things you missed out on. All right. What is around the corner from here? Trying to remember. Oh, okay. There was just a trap there. I knew that there was something. Yeah, there are generally a lot of nice people. There are some people who are, I don't know. I'd rather just not talk about it, but in general, yeah, people are pretty cool in the community. In general. Oh yeah, right. Wrong thing. Thinking of the wrong dungeon. I mean, I can't say from my own experience, but I hear nothing good from the League of Legends community. I'll put it that way. Or whenever you do hear something, you just hear, oh, the community at large is really toxic. So I guess it depends from one game to another. But, you know, it also depends on who you're talking to. Like, everybody has a different opinion on it. Some people might have a fantastic experience. Some might have really, really terrible experiences. So everything's always relative. stupid brick at? There it is. Good. Okay, nice. Animal Crossing? Yeah. Oh, Call of Duty. That could be true too. Okay, we're done with Combat Azor until the end of the run. So I'm going to switch this back to Mastery. I don't know what I'm going to do here. Maybe I'll... Oh, I never got Starlight. Hold on 1 second. I missed something. Oh, really, Jode? Hell yeah. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember if there are enemies here I need to actually worry about, so... Yeah, I only know of Revenants. I don't know if there are any other ones. Also, I can put fashion on now, so I'm no longer a guy in a bikini. That's not what I wanted to do. Top spell. Wrong one. Thops. Starlight. And I already have those, right? Cool. Okay, some other stuff I can switch around. Let me switch back my physic before I forget. Spells. We can get rid of that. What do I need coming up? All right, this Deathrite bird, we'll just use Mastery on it. Eventually I'm going to want... Is it Renala's moon or Ronnie's for Fringe folk? It looks like it's Renala's, okay. And then Aztel in the snowfield. All right. Yo, how's it going, Headless Horse? Where do you buy Starlight? You can normally get it from Thops, who is down in southern Liurnia. If he dies, you can get his bell bearing, and then you can purchase it from there. And that's what I just did. Yeah, I know you're really excited about that, Aziz. I definitely need to check out the demo. I am actually looking forward to trying it at some point, but I don't know. I've been focused on other things for some reason. So, in due time. Oh, really, Isa? You really feel that way, Aziz? It's going to be pretty hard to live up to the hype like that. But we will see what happens. No doubt. Oh, right. I don't actually go down this way anymore. So now when I am here, I can pick up a stone sword key. Normally I like come down here to get this earlier in the run, but I stopped doing that to save a little bit of time and setup. Okay. Good. Hold on, why don't I just put a bunch of crap away? I really don't need either of those anymore. Can't think of a reason why. Okay, that all seems good. And then we're eventually going to switch that out. Okay, I think that's good. To one-shot that bird? You're talking about the one back in Liurnia? I believe it. I'm gonna do this again. I have Genova. I watched some of it, but not all of it. I'll have to go check it out some more sometime. I don't spend a lot of time watching videos on YouTube so much. I'm gonna wait for a second and let this thing cycle one more time. It is actually insane how good double stealth is in this game. Like, none of these enemies even spawn in. It's actually dumb. Okay, and then when I'm killing this thing, buffs, double stealth, enter. Okay. Have to wait, and now we go. You want to wait until his head has gone to the top of that animation. Now, I don't know why, but the last time that we were here, my damage was scuffed. I was not doing enough damage, and I don't know what I did wrong. Which is not a great feeling, but it's all good. All right. Let's see. Mostly what I need here is Loretta's Mastery. Do I actually use anything else here or no? I do set up Red Feather. Oh, okay, okay. Right, I actually do remember details now. Okay. So I think everything there is good. I don't know why I have Great Bow equipped. I want Starlight. Don't forget about double stealth. I will not. Certainly will not. Can't believe we got a distance PB to here twice and lost it both times to some really stupid shit. Like, that just should have never happened. Don't use Shard Spiral. The strat that we're going to use is kind of weird, but it works very well. You actually just stay at the entrance of the arena, and you just use Loretta's Mastery. We use double stealth right away to get one free shot and queue up a second one. And just depending on what he does, we respond. So it's very effective to just use stealth and then Loretta's Mastery to start the fight. And then continue using Mastery after that. It's really, really good. I know that Gambit emote, it's actually fantastic. Okay.
I find the most erotic part of a woman is the boo.
Hey, what's up, Natsubi? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, we've been working on this run for a while. We started routing it back at the beginning of May. We got All Remembrances no hit at the end of April, so this has been our project since then. And yeah, it's a pretty cool run. I don't know exactly where you need to go to get him to get his AI active. But whatever. What is next? We might do another run or two in Elden Ring. I do have ideas for an RL1 run that I've been wanting to do. I get this just because I've lost too many runs here.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
The real Tim Heidecker. Thank you for the follow. How's it going? We can also open this without spawning the boss, so we are going to do that. Oh, I messed up. See, this is why I get all this stuff. I need to go back to the Grace. I'm supposed to have Golden Vow here, and I didn't equip it, so I need to run back and take care of that real fast. So I'm glad I checked. Is this the real one? You talking about Aztel? I don't know if there's one that's real and one that's fake or something like that. They're just two different ones, as far as I know. Okay, so we need red feather and that. Actually, I guess I can just go ahead and do... Oh, I need to be careful on this. So if I remember correct... Okay, and that is not red feather. That's good. That's what I want. All right. So then get rid of that. Let me double check some stuff to be sure. Interesting. Okay. So it's Physic, Starlight, double stealth, buffs, full refill, spawn and kill. Okay, got it. Good. Right. There you go. Trying to think of what we do here. All right, this next duo is also a little bit of a pain in the ass, so let me get set up for them properly. That's mostly what we're going to be using is just Comet into Mastery. I am going to just give myself an extra flask. You can level up a couple of times, why not? Okay, and then spells. Yeah, I want to do Comet. And then we go set up with Stealth again. Let's make it nighttime to make sure that we have plenty of time. Wait, what? Oh, because I see. Never mind. I am not Hungarian. Miko requested that, so we have that emote here. That was his doing. I do know at least 1 or 2 people who are Hungarian. But no, I have no Hungarian heritage whatsoever. Oh, and I lost track of the... I think that's the one. Okay, good. You've been to Hungary before? Nice. Oh, I lost track. I think I'm okay. I think I have the right one. It's actually not 100% sure. Nope, that wasn't the right one. There we are. Do. I need to come down here and find where the other one is, and this is always a little bit awkward to do. Okay, I see him there. So... Fantastic. Just what I wanted. You know what? I'm just going to do it this way. There we go. Good enough. Okay, cool. All right, now I need to redo some spells. Where is Night Comet? There you are. I think I'm done with Golden Vow at this point, right? I'm pretty sure I am. So I'll leave... I don't know, I'll leave that there for now. And then I'm going to put Starlight. And then you... and you. Yeah, Starlight just lights up the area. It lasts for 3 minutes, though, which is really, really nice. And it kind of makes sense on a sorcery run to be using that, since it is a nice utility spell. But I don't have many, like, really good uses for it throughout the run just yet. It's just a few places here and there, like certain dungeons. I kind of like to use it. Where did I used to go for this? I cannot find this spot anymore. There we are. Look at all those projectiles whiff. Okay. Oh. Wait a minute. I did Theodorix in the wrong order? No. Wait, what? Oh, I did do stuff in the wrong order. Oops. Wow, I'm a dumbass. I went down and killed Theodorix. Well, let me move him on the split, so I guess he's in an accurate spot. That was dumb. And I realize why I wanted to do that, but it is what it is. All right, that's fine. Whoops. All right, and I will also have that out just in case. Totally forgot what I was doing. Literally just assumed that I knew. All right, so we do the Deathrite Bird. I go over for the fire. The spells or the bosses where we use the magma sorceries, and then we come back. And I don't know, that seems fine. I'm just gonna give it Slicer for whatever reason. Yeah, the spell that we just used, Founding Rain of Stars, that is a legendary spell. You get that in the tower in the mountaintops. I forget the name of the rise. But yeah, you pick it up over there. Heretics Rise, that's the one. Thank you. Okay. All right, we should be good now. Hob got hit? Oh, no. He was like in game 4 or something, wasn't he? Damn, dude. Hate to see it. What game was he on? Not which number, like what actual game was he playing? Oh, you bastard. Actually, that kind of lines him up perfectly. Yeah, I'll take it. Nice. Oh, he was on DS3. That's right. You said that earlier. Shit, that sucks. Good. Now we have Ghost Flame for later. Oh, it might have been a Deacon's hit? Dude. Fucking Deacons. I think I ultimately end up going to 20 endurance, which I know is like overkill, but we don't need anything else at this point. And the extra stamina and the greater equip load is very nice to have, so I do think it's worth it. Changes to fire. That changes back. Pretty sure you don't need that for anything. Do that. And I need some spells. Even though I'm pretty sure we just use Roiling Magma on these next two. And then we go over for the Misbegotten. Okay, got it. Oh, Gamba said Deacons? Okay, so it must have been some point before the end of the Deacons fight is all you can really say. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. That whole running section leading up there and everything, it can be brutal. Oh, I just got the hearts from Theodorix. That's funny. Even though I'm actually pretty sure that... Oh, I actually messed up, but it doesn't affect this boss. It will affect the next boss, though. Cool. I need to make sure that I have the charge talisman in. Actually, don't remember if there are enemies around here. I believe there are. Somebody can see me somewhere. Oh, that's weird. I guess I was still technically in the area. I don't know. That's weird. I'm not sure why that just happened like that. Nice. Yeah, that's better. So that kills in 2. Oops. Forgot to split a moment ago, but it doesn't really matter. All right. Thinking. I need to change my physic back before I forget. Spells are all good for now. Misbegotten Crusader, Putrid Duelist. Okay. Lots of Night Comet, lots of Night Comet. I think what I'm going to do, which I totally forgot, is that I normally have Zamor Ice Storm equipped, and then I will put Loretta's Mastery. That's what I usually do. Deathrite Bird. Okay, so we have the Misbegotten Crusader, the Putrid Duelist, and then we have another Deathrite Bird, and then we change. Okay, cool. I think we're all set up for now, so... But I really need to be doing this. Yeah, Roiling Magma is really, really strong as it is. You don't even need to let it, like, hit the ground and build up and explode or whatever. It's just a really good spell on its own. Prince of Death staff. I think, yeah, if you have 80 and 80 int in faith, then it's better to have Prince of Death staff. But that is just unrealistic for this run. And we peach a lot of extra runes, so I don't know what kind of setup you would need to actually get enough runes to be worth it on regular new game. It would be kind of wild. Yo. And yeah, there are websites out there that do that kind of thing. If you ever want to find out some stuff like that, some people made some good like websites to do exactly what you're asking.
Hey, I know that guy.
Hey, what's up, Kal-El? How's it going? Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was good. What were you up to today? As I do the wrong... Thank you, Jode. I totally mistyped it. Oh, nice. Doing some
I find the most
Bloodborne.
erotic part of a woman is the boob.
And Dr. Urkath, thank you for the follow. How's it going, guys? We are doing all bosses no-hit sorcery only. And we are on a pretty good run. Whole run is going to be about 13 to 14 hours long, and we're, you know, about 8.5 hours in, so feel free to stick around if you like. Bloodborne, no hit, no roll, but one involuntary quick step. Oh, no. Shit. That's still pretty damn impressive. No hit, no roll. Not a lot of people have done that, man. That's really cool. But I hope your stream was good. Thank you again for the raid.
I find the most erotic part of a woman
Hey,
is the
Stefan.
boob.
How's it going, dude? Thank you for the follow. Do I... I do Night Comet charges here, right? Pretty sure that's correct. But right now we are at the part of the run where we completed all remembrances earlier, and we are doing some cleanup before we, like, we're going around killing some like problem bosses and problem running section areas, knocking those out. And once we're done with that, then we'll just move through the areas one by one until we get everything. Who the fuck are you? The best chess player around. Thank you for the follow. Okay, do I need double stealth on this guy? I'm pretty sure you don't, right? It's just stealth and enter. Okay. And then we're going to go back. Yeah, we are doing, for anybody who doesn't know, so we are doing all bosses no-hit sorcery only. We are also going to use every offensive sorcery on at least one boss kill, which there are about 60 sorceries like that. And they are really, really fun. All of them are viable in one way or another. So we are going to use every single one of them. So it's going to be a really fun run to do. Let me see what the Putrid Duelist needs. Just, okay. Double stealth everywhere, so I may as well go ahead and do that. Well, yeah, but you can't kill anything with Starlight. There are some spells that are not... It's not an offensive sorcery. But yeah, we're going to be using every offensive sorcery and 3 sorceries that the game considers support sorceries, not even offensive. And we're going to use all of them on at least one boss kill, which is really cool. It's a very fun run. The whole thing takes about 13 to 14 hours, depending on our pace. And yeah, I'm looking forward to finally getting it done and moving on. Oh, wait a minute. I know which one this is, right? Oh, yeah, we actually just used double stealth. That's right. Never mind. I didn't need to be worrying about that. There is one enemy that comes out around the corner here. Oops. Yo, take it easy, Isa. Have a good one. Catch you next time, dude. All right, cool. That should be good. And then we don't need to use stealth for anything on this guy, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. And actually, one of the like cooler kills on the entire run is coming up in a moment, because it turns out that yes, you can actually use Fia's Mist to kill a boss, which I'm always happy to show off. I have to think about this for a moment. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, okay. Also, I think this playlist is like right about to end, so I'm going to switch over to a different one so it doesn't happen in the middle of a boss fight or some nonsense. What should we listen to? I think I'm going to go up for this one. Cool. You killed a host after being summoned? How did that happen? Oh, no. Really? Oh, that's hilarious. Collateral damage. Rip. Hup and Azaz? Really? They helped with this? I didn't realize that. Somebody in Discord, in Team Hitless Discord, mentioned an idea about using the jellyfish shield as a way to get the mimic like stuck in a state of like constantly rebuffing itself and whatnot. So that was a good one. Oh, that was you, Munfler? Oh, that's right. I remember that now. Of course it was. I do remember that now. Shit, there's been so much going on with this run. I forget all the details, man. Oh yeah, well thank you, dude. But they found the cheese. Really? That's amazing. Holy shit. That's so cool. Dude, this game is so busted. Okay, bow. Jellyfish shield. Unequip. Okay. That should be everything. All right, let's do it. This is such a good cheese. Like, you can't see anything that's really going on, but man, it works quite well. Brutal. That's pretty metal. All right, very cool, very cool. Well, thank you to Puppery, Azaz, and Munfler for finding that and bringing it to my attention. Hell yeah, guys. Love to see it. Becomes that. Becomes that. And that becomes that. Cool. And then over in this place, isn't this the one where you have to... Oh, I'm on the wrong place in my notes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, lure the troll and then kill him. Exactly. Okay. So we're actually going to switch that out. That should be fine. Nice. I think we're fine. Oh, yeah. That death animation right there is beautiful. I love seeing that. It's just so metal. Literally died of death. I don't know, that is a really goofy name for it. I wish they could have come up with... Like, curse makes sense, you know? But they've already used cursed in so many things. So I get that they wanted to do something else, but it is kind of a goofy name, just calling it death buildup or death blight buildup. I guess that's what it is, right? It's blight buildup. But it's just kind of weird because everyone refers to it as death. My shadow doesn't have torrent. I've never noticed that until just now. So my shadow is just me riding nothing in the air and jumping around like a fool. Oh, okay. I guess there is a bit of a torrent shadow, but it's easy to miss. Hey, take it easy, Genova. Have a good one. Oh, wow. I have 500,000 runes. I didn't even notice. And quite a few runes in my inventory. Maybe I'll pop some and just go ahead and peach some extra dexterity while I can. $69 runes left. It was meant to be. Okay, we need to run through here. Let me re-equip all the stuff that I need now. I don't really need the gold foul foot anymore. I'm not going to bother picking it up. Yeah, I think that makes sense, all of those. I'm just wondering. I'm going to play it a little safe. Let me make sure that I'm at a good place here. So yeah, apparently, oh yeah, you have to double stealth. That's right. Well, not right away, but eventually you do. Yeah, I think as long as you don't run back any, your stealth is fine here. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to affect anything, but I don't know if he'll aggro right away because he won't see me properly, right? I'm honestly not sure how this works. He should be active now. We should be fine. Yeah, we're fine. Yo, how's it going, Bozos? Welcome back. Oh, that is so not good. Oh, I might be in trouble here. I did this wrong. I never sent the elevator back up. The light was never there. He was never gonna get, yeah. Whoops. Well, I'm really glad I spent my runes. Okay, let's do this again. That was messed up. I just totally messed up what I was supposed to do there. But it's fine. We boned out. No problem. I just forgot. Yeah, this catacomb is pretty annoying, or grave, or whatever it is. It is pretty annoying. It's more annoying when you forget how to do it properly. Let me see something to make sure that this is correct. Yeah, okay. Okay, very important detail coming up here. Remember to send up the lift, you moron. I wonder if this is good enough to wake him up. Oh, wait, do I really only have that many kukri left? No, I have more. Okay. I gotta be a little bit conservative with them, though. Because not resting at the bonfire kind of messed things up, but I know that I can use them more sparingly. I was kind of spamming them. Should be plenty. Oh yeah, the backstab animation for scythes? Yeah, I've seen it. I have used a couple of scythes. I used them on my first playthrough. No, 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 no. You jerk. Come over here. Okay. You got to make sure to kill him quickly. That was my concern there. All right, and then Hero of Zammer. You just do 2 taps. Nothing down here, right? Yeah, nothing down here. Yeah, it's a pretty brutal animation. I kind of love it, though. But yeah, on my first playthrough, I actually used the Halo scythe. No, the Winged Scythe as my first weapon that I, like, kind of enjoyed. Good. All right, that running section was scuffed, but we got it. So do that. I don't actually need that for anything, and that should be fine. So now we go to Snow Valley Ruins. And let me see something here. I have 0 notes on this boss. This is stupid. Oh, Actually, scrolling up was the play. I have something out of order. That's fine. That's why I didn't bother, because they're right next to each other. That's funny. Yeah, I think you're right. I think my notes were slightly out of order. That's all it is. Not really a big deal, but something I should probably fix. Also, I have the wrong equipment, but that doesn't matter. We can change that down here. There's no rush. Once we're down here. Okay. Believe the play is to walk up here, do that. Good. Okay. We'll go and grab the Grace first. So we have a place to warp back to. And then thank you again, Banjo, for this setup. It is fantastic. Beautiful. Okay, real quick, let me move some spells around because I'm thinking about this. I might actually switch this out for Golden Vow because, yeah, I think I will. And then we'll go with Slicer, which means I don't actually need that here, but I'm not going to change it. And do that. Do that. The only thing is, it's really annoying to run through here, not being able to see anything. Okay. We are. What's up, chess player? Excuse me. I do. Feel free to check it out if you want, but I don't really upload much to there. I'm not much of like a content creator, really. I haven't gotten into it very much. It should be down in my like about me section on my Twitch channel here, so you should be able to find it easily enough if you want. I'll just keep going vow equipped. What do I care? Most of my stuff is here on Twitch, though. So, just letting you know about that. I've been thinking about it. I might devote some time and effort into actually making some stuff on YouTube, but I'm not there yet. But yeah, if you want to go out there and check it out, that way you'll see when I actually do start putting some stuff there. So feel free to if you like. You're a fan
the
of
most
like
erotic part of a woman is the boob.
General Radon. Thank you for the follow. What's up, dude? And yeah, it's really not necessary to go out of my way here, but I'm peachy on this run. Pick up everything that can be helpful to me. It's a long run no matter what we do. And we're doing all right. We are pretty far along on this run, so things are going well. But there's plenty of run left, and lots could happen, so no reason to get attached yet. We're going to be using every offensive sorcery in the game. We use every single one on at least one boss kill. Do I do any stealth? No. One tick left of full west, yeah? Okay. But yeah, we are going to be using every offensive sorcery in the game. A lot of the ones that we use are like the real popular, the heavy hitters. Night Comet, Loretta's Mastery, regular Comet. We do use Comet Azure here and there, but not a ton. Like, I don't rely on it on this run. What are some other good ones? Shard Spiral is really, really good. Cannon of Haima has its uses. Stars of Ruin is pretty decent. Yeah, Loretta's Mastery. The bubble spells, the Great Oracular Bubble especially. We use everything. It's really cool. Carian Big Bonk. You're talking about the gavel or whatever? It works. Grand Lift, right? And then we set up. Oh yeah, studying my moveset, huh? That's a smart play. Can't blame you. Too bad you're gonna die anyway. We actually totally blast Radon on this run. It's silly. Yo, thanks, chess player. Appreciate that. Okay. Yeah, you're actually going to see Stars of Ruin here in a moment. Let me double check. Why do I always feel like I'm forgetting something in this area? No, that all makes sense. Oh, I'm going to level up. What does it cost to level? 170, so that's 340. I need about 100k. I need more. Let's do 13. That should be enough to level up 3 times. It's not. Oh, I'm short by like 1,000. Give me a break. Whatever. No, Radon actually kind of threw us for a loop on this run. I messed up and did something kind of wrong, and he started phase transition a bit earlier than I expected. But with our damage, it was no problem. We still killed him right away. But it did actually concern me for a moment. Good. I couldn't remember if it was nighttime or not. So I needed to check one way or another. I'm also going to put some more, I'm going to do a little bit more inventory management. This is like a part of the run where we get a whole bunch of crap that I don't want. So I just wanted to get rid of some of it. Really, the rest of that I don't care about. That was it. It was just a bunch of weapons. Also, I actually do remember wanting to have Staff of Loss here. Because of some of the enemies coming up. It's good to kill them, and I think we don't one-shot them unless I use Staff of Loss in my offhand, but I don't know. I might be wrong on that. Either way, it's there for safety. And that's also part of why I level Endurance up to like 20. Make sure that even if I equip something extra, we're not going to be fat rolling. And then I will actually, well, let me hop over here. Fire Giant, we already obliterated Fire Giant. He was a pushover. No, 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 don't go out of lock-on range, you bastard. No! Please something hit him. Oh, damn it. This game. Yeah, Shard Spiral. Shard Spiral was amazing on that boss fight. Now, all of that hit the horse? None of that actually hit him? What is this game? Hold on a second. Give me Terra Magica back, you bastard. This boss is so Pepega. Thank you. Okay, now we need to go to Dragon Barrow and Caelid and start clearing some stuff out. don't think I want that for a while. And then that should be fine. What do I even use here? So Blackblade Kindred, Grail. Oh, you know what I can do? Shoot, I actually shouldn't have switched that out, and then I'll keep comment. All right, that's good. Yo, how's it going, Abyss? Thank you for the lurk. Hope all is well. Okay. Damn, like actually 1 HP at the end of that. It's crazy. Should have done a charge on the first one. That would have done it. Oh, what are you doing right there? Oh, that's actually not good. Let's see what happens here. Should be enough to kill. And it is. Very good. You know what? I'm not even going to bother. Did we kill Malekith? We have killed all Remembrance bosses. The final one that we killed was Rykard. And it went pretty smoothly today, so I cannot complain at all. And I have the wrong spell equipped because I'm a big dummy. Nice. Thou Tal, how's it going? We don't have a command for that. What are you looking for? If you want to see the last hit, you can do last hit. What's up, Demonics? Does the weapon level of the one that gives the boost? No. The boost is there regardless of your upgrade level. We will not finish this run today. There's probably about 4 to 5 hours left in the run, and I'm probably only going to go for like 1 hour more, and then we'll leave the rest for tomorrow. So it's a long run. We can't get through it all in 2 days. It's going to take 3 days total, so it's all good. Let me see here. So Putrid Avatar. You want both icons, which we have. And you want Red Feather, right? Double charge Loretta's Mastery. It actually doesn't even say anywhere. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, I'm bad at reading. There we go. Never occurred to me, but it would actually be better to wait to set up Red Feather, because there is environmental lightning that can get me here. Even though I will do what I can to avoid it today. But no, we are officially in the part of the run where we are doing cleanup section by section. We're just going through the world and killing everything in a particular area. So once we are done with Caelid, we'll probably be working our way back through Lanedell, Altus, and and Mount Gelmir. And then we'll have to take it one area after another after that. But that is where we are. We are through probably the hardest part of the run. Good. Okay. There we are. Nice. What's up, Nico? How you doing? The Hypnotoad is a character from Futurama, which is where my name comes from as well. So if you are not familiar with Futurama, you just may not get the joke is all. No big deal. Okay, what do I do here? Beastman Duo. Right. Do I do Ronnie's or Renalas? It looks like I do Renalas, and then I get ready for Night Comet. I'll stand... Okay, yeah. I would like to get rid of Golden Bow. I can't think of anywhere where it's actually going to be essential anymore. So I think we're good. And then the only other thing I need to do is Beast Torch here. Let's go get set up. I guess I go over here, don't I? Yeah, Futurama is a fantastic show, and for anybody who does not know, it is coming back on Hulu with new episodes in about, what, a week and a half, which is really exciting for me. Don't know that you guys really feel the same way, but I am kind of stoked to see some new episodes, so we'll see how they go. Okay, good. Yeah, it sounds like they have the same voice actors, so the same cast, the same writers, from what I understand. So I'm very hopeful that it'll be good and not just some like lazy cash grab where nobody is motivated to do anything, but we will see. Only time will tell. Good. That always should be a one shot, but it is possible to mess it up. I have some details I need to double check here. Already watching a lot of shows? Yeah, fair enough, dude. Can't blame you for that. So how are we on time? We should be okay. Death by Snoo Snoo. Now, this is the only place in the run where I actually use Carian Phalanx. I've been thinking about finding another spot to actually use it, because I feel like I should be able to get an entire kill with just that spell, but I'm just not set up for that. So, I don't know. It's something I'll think about. Okay. All of that should be good, I believe, right? Okay. Good. Okay. What do I need here? Falling Star Beast? Oh, we use Renala's Full Moon again. Okay. Oh, and we actually use double stealth, do we? All right, all right. I don't think I realized. How do I want to get here? Celia Hideaway. We'll go from here. It's fine. Not a whole lot, Elden Lao. I did start rewatching some Futurama episodes since the show is coming back pretty soon, but I only watched a couple, and I really would like to sit down and watch a bunch more, but no, I really have not. I used to really be into like a bunch of TV shows, but I feel like I just kind of lost interest or something. I'm not really sure. Got tired and turned 40. Yeah, just over time. I don't know. I just kind of lost interest in sitting down and watching TV shows. I know that there's a lot of good ones out there, and I certainly have some big favorites. But I don't know. Just over time, I kind of lost the energy to sit down and... I mean, I know that sounds funny. I lost the energy to sit down, but you know what I'm saying. Like, I just didn't have any interest in continuing to watch them, if that makes sense. So... Okay, buffs, double stealth, slight delay before casting, got it. All right, sounds good. Do you guys have a favorite TV show? Maybe. Nice. Yeah, I just, spend my time doing other stuff. Really, Futurama and The Simpsons. I mean, good choices. Can't go wrong there. We are going to need double stealth later. Yo, what's up, Valhalla? How I Met Your Mother. I did not watch much of that show. I feel like I only watched like maybe part of the first season. And I'm sure that that's like, the first season of a show is never really its peak, typically. But I just didn't have much interest in continuing to watch it, so I just dropped it. South Park is a good one. I really like South Park. Always did. Phineas and Ferb. Can't say I've ever watched it. Futurama is definitely one of my favorites. South Park is pretty high up there. Probably some of my other like all-time favorite shows are Arrested Development, which is a hilarious show. I really wish that show never went to Netflix because it just got ruined after that. But Arrested Development is one of my all-time favorites, and I am one of those fanboys who loves The Wire. I will talk about that fucking show all day. I love it. The Wire is a really, really good show, but I wonder how well it's aged. Like, I went back and watched it probably, man, it had to be over 5 years ago. But dude, it is still just one of the best shows I have ever seen. Absolute, I don't know. I could just watch it all the fucking time. It's a really, really well done show. Sopranos, I never watched that one, but I know a lot of people really enjoyed it. What I'm gonna do is unequip these and aim up there. That might be good enough. Yeah, there we are. Yeah, if anybody ever gets a chance to watch The Wire, I would definitely recommend it. It is a slow burn, though. It is not something that you're going to sit down and watch and just immediately get hooked on. Yeah, like, if you enjoy the first season, you'll enjoy the rest of the show. But it is a very slow burn. But man, there are very few shows that do what that show does so damn good. Bad ADD, yeah, that may not be for you then, but I would still highly recommend it to anyone. It is an absolutely incredible show. It's very blunt, and like right from the first episode, it's rough at times to just like watch what you're watching and accept that that kind of thing can happen in reality. But it is a slice of American life, or at least was for a long time. What do I do on this guy? Do I just go in blasting? Oh, we double stealth here. Oh, that's right. Okay, I forgot about that. It's a good thing that I checked. There you go. Never seen him get out of that. Yeah, so anyway, I started blasting. That actually describes like half the run. Like it really does. We get set up and then we just go around blasting. Solar Opposites. What is Solar Opposites about? Or what kind of show or whatever? Tell me something about it. I don't think I've even heard of that, so I know nothing. Like, what was the last show that I watched that I really got into? I'd have to think about that. Like, I would really have to think about that. It's been so damn long. I honestly don't know. A Danny DeVito slider preset? That would be cool. But I don't know if you can make your character... Like, he's very short, obviously. And that is very much a part of his, like, identity. So if you can't make a short, kind of fat guy... I mean, it's just not gonna work, right? It's about aliens living on Earth and trying to fit in. You know what? I might actually enjoy that. Are we nighttime? Not really. Let me change it to nighttime one more time. Yeah, I figured you meant Rick and Morty. Who the fuck are you? It's Masoon. Thank you for the follow. Nice. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. All right, that would have been it. It was Better Call Saul. That was the last show that I really got into. That was definitely it. Like 100%. I'm a big fan of Breaking Bad. I love that show. And Better Call Saul was fantastic. What is the boss that we got hit to? It wasn't even a boss. It was a regular enemy in a running section. I don't think we have it as the last hit command anymore, but it is like the top clip from the past week or so, if you want to go check it that way or whatever. We were 12 hours into the run. We were going through a tunnel, a cave or whatever. And there's a random archer that shot at me that's never shot at me before. I did something wrong and I accidentally aggroed him. It was pretty rough. That was the only hit. That was a hit from the other day. I got hit doing something stupid. Lucifer was a good series until Netflix took it. I heard some things about Lucifer, but not much. But I don't think I've heard much bad about it. That's actually the first time somebody said something bad about it. I guess I didn't realize that Netflix took it over or whatever. Nice. There we go. So there you go. But yeah, so I watched both Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul was probably the most recent show that I really got hooked on. That was a good one for sure. Do I need double stealth here? I think I do, right? Let me double check. Buffs, double stealth. Yeah, okay. So we're fine. You know what? Let's put on some drip. May as well. Get wrecked. Okay, and then Cemetery Shade is next. And is this one that I still want to use Stars of Ruin? Yes, very nice. No Gambit, running lever, very cool. I will put that back, and I'm gonna organize some inventory right now. Is Mage just broken? Mage is very, very, very strong. Very strong. You could call it broken if you want, but it is just an incredibly powerful build. So this is just a running section. Oh, okay, and then we'll get set up again after that. I think we're good. Just gonna go ahead and cast this here. And yeah, we're using a very strong set of buffs, so that really boosts our damage big time. It's quite good. Now, we also have a very optimized setup. You're not going to be realistically getting like this on a normal sorcery playthrough. I mean, we have no health at all. And we put all of our points into all of our... Like, there's a lot of stuff that we level up. But once you get it all set up, it is extremely powerful, yes. But yeah, I think the plan today is to go through all of Caelid and Dragon Barrow. That will finish us up for the day, and then we'll move on after that. We'll pick up tomorrow and resume and finish out the run. That will be the plan. I have a lot of runes. I should spend some. I don't really know what they expected, but I sure as hell am gonna keep on using this build to its fullest potential. That's for sure. E6, I need about 20k. We'll pop 30. And yeah, I did also watch Game of Thrones. I haven't watched the other one, House of Dragons or whatever the hell it is. But yeah, I was a big fan of Game of Thrones up to a certain point, and then it was just... whatever. This is a nice dungeon because, as far as I know, you just run through here. The only problem is the flower that's coming up here in a moment. And sometimes try and get you when you're near the boss door. So I just wait around here. Okay, we seem to be good now. Who the fuck are you? And Felipe Carmona, thank you for the follow. How's it going? I will try to make this easier to see, but no guarantees. It may be a little bit scuffed. Because I need to stay right next to the fog wall. Yeah, it just stopped him before he did anything. Good. What you want. Yeah, I've definitely been told that the books are better than the show. I enjoyed the show for what it was for a long time, but then after a certain point, it definitely fell off. And then the Frenzied Duelist, that's going to be Collapsing Stars. And then... Wait a minute. Did I do this again? Oh, you bastard. All right, one moment. I got to go do something. There we are. I warped out of an area too fast, so I didn't get all the drops that you normally get. I'm going to switch this back there. What do the notes look like? They're messy. I haven't organized them very well, but it's basically just broken up by each split. So I just title it whatever the boss is of that area. And I make my notes about the running sections. I make notes about the setup for the boss kills. But generally there are only like 1 to 2 lines a piece, maybe a little bit more if there's something special going on. But I try to keep the notes as minimal as possible whenever I can. And we've practiced all of these running sections numerous times. So a lot of times when I see some bare bones reference to an area, like I have one note that's simply, what's it called? It's like, I can't remember the name of it. Well, it's Sainted Hero's Grave over in Altus Plateau. But the notes are simply like shitty zombie / light running section, and I know exactly what that means. So they're just like loose references that I'll know because I've done this run enough times, or I've done this, you know, in practice enough times or whatever. Whatever, that's good enough for now. So now that we unlock the entrance to this cave, we can actually go and get into the back entrance of it over here, which is pretty hilarious. But I need to do some parkour to do that, so bear with me while I fail this multiple times. Like I said, might be easier to see this during the day, honestly. I go more to the left to get up there, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we are. Then there. Parkour. Do I need to double stealth for this boss? I'm actually not sure. You may need to. I honestly don't remember. I'm gonna do it no matter what. Good. that is a running section that I do not need to deal with, which is nice. Okay, one more thing I need to do here. That should be it. The rest I can do on the way. Dude is not very attentive. Like, oh, my friend just died. Okay. There is a grace here, yeah? Really, Hinja? It's a long run, but feel free to if you want to. I think what I'm going to do is once I actually get this run, I'm going to clean up my notes as best as I can and put those like with the videos, whether they're on Twitch or on YouTube or whatever. That way people at least have some reference to know what I did and how I did it. Let me see here. Buffs, double stealth, charge. Okay. Seems right. Is that guy gonna chase me? I've seen that happen once before. The Dark Moon Greatsword? No, it does not count as a sorcery. I really just want to be sure that this guy's not chasing. All right. In fact, I'm going to be extra peachy just in case anything does happen. But no, that does not count as a sorcery. Have to use a staff to use a sorcery. So that's all there is to it, pretty much. All right, buffs, double stealth, enter. Oh, okay. Set up the... I see. I was mildly concerned there, but I think we are looking pretty good. There's maybe one more boss that we can just go ahead and kill right now, maybe 2 or 3. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for 3 more bosses, and then I'm going to stop. So what are we at? 93 right now. We'll do 94, 5, and 6. And then that's where we left off last time. And then we should be able to do the rest in like 3.5 to 4 hours. That'll be a pretty good stopping point, I think. All the bosses are going to go down. Every single one of them. Okay. So we have some time to buff up. This one is a little awkward. It's really difficult to see anything. Like, I promise it's difficult for me to see. I doubt you guys will be able to see what's happening very well. It's just how this fight is. It's kind of silly. And this guy is like completely dark. Good. You just beat double guards? Nice. They are a pain in the ass, dude. GG. Also, I went the wrong place. How are you supposed to fight them? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, you can fight them. They're just another duo boss like so many in the game. I have to think for a second. Okay. So you can fight them one-on-one. They're actually pretty open to backstabs. Those fell enemies, the omens. Which boss gives me the most trouble? It's kind of a toss-up between Rykard and the Aztel bosses. The one in the Aztel in the snowfield is particularly problematic, but we've come up with a really good strat, and it hasn't really failed me. I've executed it poorly before and lost a run to it twice. So that one is kind of a problem just because mentally I struggle to like do that correctly. But Rykard is really difficult because if you're not using the Serpent Hunter, Rykard is just pain. We have a pretty good setup for it. We can completely script phase 1, and if we do it correctly, the opening of phase 2, it's tight, but we can bring his health about halfway down before he can do anything. So I would say that is probably the best that we're ever going to get on that. So you just have to fight him a bit. That's like the one boss that we actually just genuinely have to fight on this run a bit. Okay, so this one is Shackle, Slicer, or Shackle, Terra Magica, 2 Slicer, Shackle again, Slicer to kill. All right, got it. Good. Okay. Yeah, there are 2 different shackles, one for Margit and Morgott, and one for the Moog bosses. Both Moogs it works on. The Moog shackle is down in the sewer. You go down near some of those giant lobsters or whatever, crayfish, whatever the hell they are. And that's where you get it. We shouldn't need any stealth here, right? We just end up going over here, do this. I'm gonna go ahead and stealth again though, just in case. The other nice thing with the shackle is that it can interact with certain objects, like these fire pillars. It actually interacts with them from very far away. So you can use the shackle to force the fire pillar to go up and down instead of running up and hitting it. It also breaks illusory walls, and it can mess with the chariots in the catacombs or the graves or whatever the hell they are. So there's some really cool stuff. Yeah, you can use it to summon those carriages or whatever, the chariots. There's an enemy that patrols up here, but he's so sleazy. The universal remote control, I like that. I don't even know if I actually need to kill that guy, but I just do anyway. And that might be it. I think that's it. I think we're in the area with the lever now. So I think we're good. Yeah, nice. All right, cool. Right, yeah, that's actually what happens. It triggers a moving light pillar, and the moving light pillar is what actually does it. That is true. Charged Night Comet, eh? Okay. But yeah, you use it to effectively mess with the chariots. Actually, but you're totally right. That is correct. Get wrecked. All right, guys, this is really good. So we are back where we were a few days ago. I am going to head over to the Erdtree Gazing Hill, whatever the fuck it is. And I think we're going to leave it here for tonight and pick up tomorrow. Let me... Actually, we'll just leave it there. That looks pretty good. So, very cool. Let me see who's on. We're going to find someone to raid, and I will be on tomorrow. I have something going on in the late afternoon, early evening, so I might be on a little bit later than normal, but it shouldn't be by much. But yeah, look for me to be on around, I don't know, somewhere in 5 to 6 o'clock Eastern time. And we will pick this up and hopefully finish it out. That would be wonderful. So, again, thank you guys for being here. I'm going to find someone to go raid. Ooh. Who do I want to raid right now? Let me see how people are doing. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. I'm going to find someone to raid, so feel free to stick around. Actually, I am going to go raid V-Sweat right now. He's about to enter the Fire Giant fight on his very cool boss weapon relay run. So let's go do that very quickly before he actually starts the fight. If you guys don't know him, he's an awesome dude, and he's doing a pretty wicked run. It is boss weapon relay, which is very slick. So you guys are about to see some neat stuff. He's about to head into Fire Giant. I'm going to raid him right now. Join me and wish him some luck. Thank you guys. Have a good night. I'll see you later.